Okay, welcome everyone, everyone who's here in person and everyone who's here on Zoom. If I can ask the people on Zoom to mute themselves and to submit any comments and questions on chat, that would be appreciated. I'm Shmuel Klitzner. I consider myself a Talmid of Professor Berkovits, Zichrono Livracha. Not directly, we only met 3 or 4 times. But through his writings, he's had a deep influence on my life. I'm active in many of the causes that were dear to his heart, including women's leadership. I'm the former director and now chairman of the Women's Institute of Halachic Leadership at Midrashat Lindenbaum of Or Torah Stone. And I was asked by Rav Dov Berkovits Shlita to share one of the sessions and share with you a couple of anecdotes that I found personally meaningful with regard to Professor Berkovits. My relationship began in my junior year of high school in Chicago at the Ida Crown Jewish Academy, where our beloved teacher, Rabbi Pfefferman, chose as the textbook for Jewish philosophy, God, Man, and History of Eliezer Berkovits. Interesting. So we have an alumna of Ida Crown Jewish Academy who said that wasn't the textbook for the girls. I hope that wasn't a misogynist effort on the part of Rabbi Pfefferman, but it was above our heads, and yet it exposed us to sophisticated Jewish philosophical writings. Years later, Faith After the Holocaust became for me, as it became for many others, his book which was later translated into Hebrew and republished by Yad Vashem, became the most basic framing of the questions that came out of the Holocaust. His famous introduction about us all being Achei Iyov, we're not Iyov, but those of us who didn't go through the camps are the brothers of Iyov. Became essential to all of us who read that book, and it became part of our pantheon of Jewish literature. Later, as I began to teach, I would always rely upon this book, Halacha Kocha V'Tafkida, a major early contribution to the philosophy of halacha, the underpinnings of the system of halacha, how it works. It is a magnificent scholarly work, and I want to tell you this brief anecdote that I told Rav Dov, and it was part of why he asked me to chair this session. This book that I'm holding, for me, has special meaning, and I know that one of the people joining us on Zoom is Miriam Katrusky, who is one of the heroic Soviet Jewish dissidents who had the guts when the Iron Curtain was still in place and Judaism and study of Torah and Ivrit was still more or less forbidden by the 70 years of communist rule. And anyone who applied to move to Israel were immediately fired from their job and became impoverished. There were heroic groups in Moscow, 2 heroic groups in Moscow, that wanted to study Yahadut. And they did it at great risk to their own lives. And many Jews like myself who had dual passports, who had an Israeli passport in the 1980s, but also had a foreign passport, were flown by the Defense Ministry of Israel, I can say it now, who sponsored it and who paid for it. We were flown to England, where we left anything that could identify us as Israelis. There were no diplomatic relations between Israel and the Soviet Union. And we would smuggle in mezuzot, we would smuggle in tefillin, we would smuggle in books, Hebrew books, Jewish music, whatever we could. Often things were confiscated at the airport. And I won't go into the full details, but I got the message just before I left for Moscow that the group that Miriam, who is here on Zoom, the Polanski group, the Polanski, Dashevsky, Katrusky group, had one specific request that I bring them Halacha Kocha V'Tafkida of Eliezer Berkovits. And fortunately, it was not confiscated at the airport. Other things were confiscated. And when I brought it to them, the reaction, I didn't have enough time to go out and buy a new copy for them. I received the request only a day before I flew. But when I gave them my own copy, and of course, when I came back to Israel, I bought an additional copy for myself. I gave them my copy, and when they received it, I don't know if you can see me on Zoom, but it reminded me of the section, I believe, in Oreach Natal Lalun, the collection of short stories of Agnon, where in the shtetl they receive a small crate of tapuchei zahav. They didn't yet call it tapuzim, right? But they received some oranges from Eretz Yisrael, and they hold on to these oranges as if they've received the greatest matana, kimotzei shalal rav, right? They didn't eat the oranges, they just smelled them. They looked at them because it represented Eretz Yisrael. When the group of heroic Soviet Jews held on to Halacha Kocha B'Tafkidav Berkovitz, it was as if they had received this matana from Eretz Yisrael and from a sophisticated modern orthodoxy that they were thirsty for. They all moved to Israel afterwards and were pleased that Miriam, as a representative of that group, who didn't know that I was going to introduce it this way. But I always tell my students, I teach a course in philosophy of Halakha at Midrashat Lindenbaum, and I always tell my students, this book is a must, and you don't have to wait for it to be smuggled into your bookshelves. You can go to any bookstore and purchase it. The English language version of it, which is unfortunately abridged, but is also invaluable, is called Not in Heaven, The Nature and Function of Halakha, also one of the essential library of Eliezer Berkovitz's writings. Eugene, the problem is that you're not going to be heard by the people in Zoom. The microphone is too far away, but we'll try to figure out at the end of the session how to chime in. Before I introduce our distinguished panelists, I'm just going to tell you one other anecdote. Dove encouraged me to tell this story. He had never heard it. When he called me to invite me to chair the session, I told Dove that coincidentally the day before on Shabbat, I was in Mexico City about to conduct a chuppah. And the day before, I read an autobiography of Harel Fish, who was an important Israeli intellectual and professor at Bar Ilan. He was the rector of Bar Ilan University for a while. And in his autobiography, he said he was at a retreat of academics in 1976 when the hijacking of the airplane took place and the rescue from Entebbe. And while the Jews were in suspense all over the world, all of the other academics at the retreat went to sleep for the night, but except for Eliezer Berkovitz, who was therefore, he was too much in tension. He could not go to sleep that night. And so he was the first one in the group to hear of the rescue. And he ran out of his hotel room in his pajamas, reports Harel Fish, and started yelling and screaming, "They saved them, they rescued them." There's a connection between Eliezer Berkovitz's approach to halakha and the pajama story in the hotel. There was not only great intellect, there was also great compassion. There was the sense that when everybody else from his generation, or almost everyone else from his generation, was asleep and inattentive to Jewish pain and Jewish suffering and danger to the halachic system, he was awake. He was the first one to run out and say, we need to rescue this. And so without almost any further ado, I'm going to introduce Lou Greenberg, who I believe needs no introduction. She is well known as a writer, as an intellectual, as a Guna activist, and in recent decade, the president and initiator of the International Beit Din to rescue Agunot in a halachically advanced and sophisticated manner. Lou, before you speak, I'll just mention that another sefer that I'm holding here was written in 1966 by Professor Berkovits. It's called T'nai Begetu B'Nisuin. If I have a chance to comment later, I will tell you about the introduction, which really encapsulates the issue ad hayom hazeh, until this very day, of how it was approached by other Gedolei Yisrael. But Berkovits wrote it in 1966. The Sridei Eish, his Rebbe, said it was a must read. And in 1990, when Berkovits published one of his last works, or his last work on women in time and Torah, he expressed frustration that it hadn't been given, that his 1966 halachic treatise had not been given sufficient attention. And unfortunately, I think it's true. And part of this kenes is to bring to people's attention the genius and the compassion and the forward thinking and the halachic scrutiny that Berkovits represented for all.
Thank you very much, Joel. And by the way, that in 1966, he dedicated the book to Belda Lindenbaum. No, 1996, the 1990 rather, the 1990, right. Allah Shalom. So my plan is to begin with a few personal reflections, which will include the general uniqueness in which he approached all the issues that he dealt with, including the solution to the problem of the Yiguna and the responses it invited. And then I'm finally going to ask what he would do now. So that's four-part summary of organization. So as the conveners requested, I can offer a few personal memories as well. The one I want to say, it's truly a privilege to be here, and the speakers expressed this yesterday, and everybody, and Shmuel beautifully expressed his gratitude, and everybody who has a part in remembering and reflecting on Rabbi Eliezer Berkovits and the work that he did, feels the privilege of this conference. Hearing yesterday's presenters and preparing this paper made me realize the scope and depth of his work, his vision, his solutions to problems. It was also very gratifying yesterday to understand that the younger generation appreciates him, and the appreciation of Rabbi Berkovits grows rather than diminishes in time. The younger speakers yesterday were Rabbis Elton, Moll, and Elif. And I think this bodes well for Berkovits to take his rightful place in Jewish history as one of the greatest thinkers and scholars of the century. He was ahead of his time, and as Shmuel observed when I spoke to him last week, he still is ahead of his time. The truth is that his work is appreciated by, and for the past 30 years, appreciated by a relatively small segment of the population. But he should stand with the greats of the 20th century in terms of scope and legacy. So I want to say that the 40th anniversary of his yahrzeit will be bigger, and the 50th even bigger. And I say to his grandchildren, they should start planning now. Actually, I say to his grandchildren that by the 50th, others will be clamoring to commemorate his person and spread his ideas. One personal reflection, which has nothing to do with our topic. The last time we were together was in Canada in the Laurentians, and Sally and Rabbi Eliezer and Yitz and I were in a rowboat. And I recall Sally was doing the rowing while Yitz and Eliezer were solving Judaism's philosophical and religious problems. I want to tell the story because she was truly an Ezer Kenegdo to all of his work. And Yitz said this morning when I told him I was going to tell this anecdote, he said, actually, it shows that there were two male chauvinists in the boat, but that's what it wasn't about.
Sounds like the beginning of a joke.
Or the end of a joke. That's true. You're right. Right. That's a good point. Good, Josh. The remarkable thing is that although I knew him personally, we were friends, them personally, we were friends, I actually had no idea of the scope of his work. In the late 60s and 70s, I was an Aguna activist, and the mantra for Aguna activists in those days were three names, three rabbinic names: Rabbi Zev Falk, Rabbi Emanuel Ratwin, and Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz. Each had different solutions to the Aguna problem. Each solution was criticized or vilified by the establishment. Each was a halachically driven scholar, and each was personally attacked, as I shall document when we come to section below for the reactions. Can you pass me my water, please? Over the years, you have a suggestion? This in your way? Over the years, I came to understand that one of his great strengths in approaching the problems that he saw or encountered were four characteristics he brought to his dealings with Igun and every other issue he approached. I think that his four characteristics existed in unique combination with each other. One, he was very learned. His writings reflect that the ease with which he swam in halachic literature and non-theological and theological issues alike. Everything was halachically based and well-sourced. It's quite amazing to read his work and see that he has a pasuk or a Talmudic reference for everything that he says. Secondly, he was bold and transparent. There was no hidden language. He said what he meant, which is why, of course, he invited attack. Three is that morality, ethics, and justice.
I cannot hear it over there very well.
Maybe you have to turn this sound.
I did,
All right, I'm going to ask again for the people on Zoom to mute themselves, because even when you're whispering, we hear it quite loud in the room.
You can actually mute them.
I'm not the host, I don't think. But
Okay.
I'll see if I can find it. If it persists, I'll find something.
Okay. So the third point is that morality, ethics, and justice were the underpinning of all of his deliberation, all of his longings, all of his ideas and hopes for what he saw was necessary to bring Judaism and halakha to a new stage. And fourth, he was very brave. He was unbowed. He was unafraid of the consequences, except when he thought that it would affect his wife and his children. Other than that, he knew that he would be in for attack, and he didn't flinch. One more personal comment. Reading his work on Igun and rereading it, I have two reactions. One, as I said, I didn't truly understand the greatness of the man. I didn't quite realize the scope of his work. I did not know that he published 19 books until I came to prepare for the conference. And secondly, more personally, in preparation of this paper on Igun, how forward-thinking he was in light of the problem that has remained. And I thought to myself that I should have engaged his work more directly. I could have skipped 40 years of rallies, hand-wringing, protests, shaming, civil court solutions, articles, debates, conferences. I should have gone straight to his halachic solution. In a sense, during the past few weeks, I came to the realization that I wasted 50 years as an Aguna activist when the solution was laid out so neatly by him. And we all should have brought all of our efforts to have his halachic recommendations acknowledged by the establishment. Had we put our energy behind his halachic solutions, he could have eliminated Igun by now. It took me 40 years to realize something that is so basic. That he taught in 1966 with his publication of Tanai B'Nisuin of the Get, that a systemic solution, a halachic solution, is the only right fit for a systemic problem. And that's what Igun is, and that's what Igun needs. Okay. In 1966, Eliezer Berkowitz wrote this book, Tanai B'Nisuin of the Get. He wrote at that time that what we all knew, that classically there were few agunot. The agunat problem is not about the agunot who were lost on long trips or husbands who immigrated and left their families and ignored their families back home. It was past the era of the bintel families, and many wives wrote articles to the newspapers asking if anyone had seen their husband. But now, as Berkowitz recognized, divorce rates were going up in the Jewish community, although still a fraction, literally a fraction in 1960s of what the rates are in Jewish divorce now. It was rising. It was rising and rising. And there was a troubling number of husbands who refused to give a get out of spite or for reasons of extortion. Different problem. Not that that didn't exist earlier, but the ratio of husbands lost on a long journey and husbands who were extorting a wife was just the reverse that was in the 1960s. And having identified the problem in the halachic system, he had the rabbinic will to try to stop halachically husband's injustice and abuse. He introduced the Tanai, a condition, into the marriage contract that if the husband unfairly refuses to grant a get, the courts could nullify the marriage. In his book, he laid out the lumdus for his book for Tanai B'Nisuin. So Tanai B'Nisuin can authorize a Beit Din to do hafka'ah, which is a form of dissolution or an annulment of the marriage. If the marriage has broken down, if the marriage breaks down later on, it's a forward-looking Tanai. I'm going to deal very briefly with it here because you'll see momentarily as Rachel discusses the tripartite agreement, which was authored by Rabbi Michael Broid. With your help, you worked on that as well. Are you co-authors?
Not co-authors, I helped them after the fact. They presented it first time.
Good. I know he depended greatly on your help. And that's basically based on the same principles as Rabbi Berkowitz's Tanai B'Nisuin we get. In fact, here's the email that he wrote to Dov last week. Dear Dov and Rachel, I saw this wonderful conference and I wanted to wish you congratulations for the wonderful commemoration. I found Rabbi Eliezer Berkowitz's work on the Aguna problem to be deeply valuable as I formulated my own tripart model. Mazel tov and all the best, Michael J. Broid. And hopefully the Broid-Levmore tripart agreement will be the one that will take over the community. There are many such prenuptial agreements, but this one, as Rachel will explain, is certainly superior to all the others, and it is based on Rabbi Eliezer Berkowitz's work. I want to skip from 1966 to 1989 to Jewish Women in Time and Torah, which I just saw has been reissued, and everyone should buy a copy of that book or two. In case you have someone, you have to give it to them. It's the most brilliant and thorough and compelling exposition. And how did we not lift this up for community is really quite astounding to me. I just want to read to you. The section on Igun. It deals with many topics for women, but the section on Igun, which is the last section, is very powerful. So this is his mindset. It's under the section Talmudic and Rabbinic efforts to improve the wife's position in relation to her husband, which leads into the Agunah. Undoubtedly, the laws of marriage and divorce grant the husband a degree of power that often has severe consequences for the wife. Our sages, Chazal, were aware of this and attempted with great courage and sincere concern to introduce solutions to the many problems it caused. We intend to present some of them here. They are all halachic innovations. And then he goes on for several pages to describe the innovations. I'm not going to read them. He traces the Talmudic discussion regarding Agunot, and he traces the Talmudic teachings within marriage in general, and he shows how many leniencies there are. When you see them all together, you realize that the rabbis essentially, I would say, this is not his words, this is mine, and maybe he would agree, maybe he won't, but the rabbis certainly work from a framework of bias against women as the second sex. That was prevalent in most societies, and they were trying to deal or create or find leniencies, but some of them didn't find the leniencies, and that's why we still have a problem of Igun today. Berkowitz deals very forthrightly with extortion, and he deals at length with Tanai, and you'll see that he changed in the 1990 volume. He changed it to Tanai B'Kiddushin because instead of the original title, thank you, Tanai B'Nisuin, Tanai B'Nisuin V'Get, he changed it Tanai B'Kiddushin V'Get in his later work, because for a variety of factors, among them that increasingly Erusin and Kiddush and Nisuin were bridged to one event. He traces the abuse, the historical experience in different locales and times, that it didn't matter if a family was wealthy or poor, the daughter could be extorted or spited. He traces how different takanot were made by different communities. That works in support of his takana. How the rabbis disempowered themselves from Talmudic times on. Fascinating discussion. The Khatam Sofer invalidated how the Khatam Sofer invalidated Kiddushin, and some poskim rely on the Khatam Sofer today. He goes into depth, Rishonim and Achronim, and the whole concept of Tanai and the acceptance or rejection of Tanai in rabbinic history. And most of all, he discusses the three grounds for annulling Kiddushin, and I'm going to read two of them. Okay. One, where the husband has a condition or causes a situation that would have made the wife reject the marriage had she known about it beforehand. That's called Kiddushay Ta'ut, and then that particularly is a tool that the International Beit Din uses. And the second, there's a pre-existing defect, and that if a wife went into a marriage, and there's a lot of halachic literature, he deals with it, that would make the marriage invalid, equivalent to a bad purchase. In Judaism, it's seller beware. In America, it's buyer beware. In Judaism, it's seller beware. If you're selling some bad stuff, then the transaction is not effective. So if somebody comes into a marriage without disclosing, or even, actually the halakha is, even if a husband didn't know that he had bipolar or whatever it was, but he comes into marriage, pre-existing defect, comes into a marriage with that, then it can enable the marriage to be annulled, set aside. The second is, or the third is, where the husband acts shaloka hogan, it acts improperly. And that's actually called in Beit Din language, excuse me. It's umdina nemuhach, where there's a serious defect in a husband's behavior during the course of the marriage. It didn't pre-exist the marriage. Neither husband nor wife can say that it existed before, but it shows up during the course of a marriage, and that's very important tool that unfortunately, I would say the majority of rabbis and dayanim today still don't rely on that it's not enough to say the husband has these and these terrible qualities and tough. Okay. So Rachel is going to go into much more detail on this on this whole aspect of Tanai. But I want to say just one thing before I go into the responses to Berkowitz, that he adds a very important feature here in the discussion, and that is the whole issue of issuing a takana. Now, his solution depends on a takana. It's not that he's pulling something out of a hat and says, we can do this. He understands that it has to be community-backed, community-based, and that's what a takana is. You get the support or the approval, and it becomes a communal enactment. And he acknowledges that the takanot have not been used that much since centuries. He cites cases in Egypt and other places where it was used. And it wasn't used much in Ashkenazi communities, and we are mostly the inheritor of Ashkenazi communities in recent centuries. But he does say that in every century they made takanot, and he in his work was calling upon the community to authorize a tanai, followed by a hafka'ah if necessary. So he understands that he's calling for a community decision or a community minhag or a community takana to establish this tanai. And so I want to make sure, because it's not just the lumdus that would take, that wouldn't put this into practice, but it would take community sign-on, you might say, to do that. So it's not the lumdus of an individual such as Eliezer Berkowitz, but it has to be communal, and it's very sensitive, I think, to actually politics, how things get done in the Jewish community, and certainly how things have changed or over the course of centuries in the halachic community. And he says, even though there are people who are reluctant to do this, repeatedly over the centuries, they passed takanot over important social issues. That's at the very last section of his book. And so I recommend highly that you read that. Now, I forgot to mention that he deals a lot with the significance of kofino toe. That's just that section is worth reading. Okay, looking at that. Now, what was the reaction to Eliezer Berkowitz? Well, you probably know what the reaction is, because if there wasn't that reaction, his wisdom, his chinuch, his ability as a teacher, the scope of his knowledge, the breadth of his knowledge, he would be accepted by all as one of the gedolim of our century. So there was tremendous pushback. And One problem is that in the 19th century, the French Orthodox rabbis tried to make a civil divorce paired with hafka'ah in Jewish marriage to automatically lead to hafka'ah in Jewish marriage. Large numbers of Jews were getting civil divorces and neglecting to get a get, leading women to unable to remarry or leading to second marriage without get from the first and leading to mamzerim, etc. So Eliezer Berkowitz, and that proposal, the French proposal, was opposed by Eastern European Orthodox rabbis who were more rigid halachically. And Berkowitz showed how his Tanai was different and should be adapted, especially since the rising divorce rate was generating a rise in agunot. As Shmuel mentioned, he was a student of Rabbi Yechiel Yaakov Weinberg, a German Talmid Chacham, who had studied in Eastern European yeshivot and was widely respected. He was universally recognized as a gadol. And Weinberg read the book and he enthusiastically embraced, I'm talking about Berkowitz's book, he enthusiastically embraced the book. And he wrote a foreword stating that Eliezer Berkowitz is a Talmid and a top student of mine, maybe the top. And he identified, and Berkowitz identified a growing problem and offered a halachically based sound solution. And I call on all poskim and Talmidei Chachamim to accept Berkowitz's method and prevent this problem from spreading. Okay, that was good. The book was sent to Rabbi Menachem Kasher, who was going to publish it. However, the opponents to the approach to this conditioned marriage, Tanai, that would prevent Igun, they pressed Kasher to uphold the publication. Then they pressured Weinberg to disown the book and Berkowitz's proposed method. Despite extreme pressure, Weinberg refused to repudiate Berkowitz and the book, but he couldn't withstand the pressure completely, and he wrote his introduction and said, instead of saying that he validated the book and that conditional marriage should be accepted by the Rabbanut, which would have changed the last 50 years for all of us and the community, he wrote that Berkowitz identified a real problem and the rabbis should consider Berkowitz's proposal seriously. When Berkowitz asked him, this is personal anecdote, conversation actually, Rabbi Eliezer Berkowitz and Yitz. When Berkowitz asked him why he toned down his support, when he asked his Rebbe why he toned down his support and rewrote the introduction from recommending adoption to asking people to consider the approach, Weinberg explained that the opponents pressured him. They threatened violence against him and his wife. They made calls in the middle of the night, which woke them up and terrorized them. He said, I'm in my 80s. My health and soundness of mind cannot bear such pressures. The ascendancy of reactionary and Haredi rabbis blocked Berkowitz's revolutionary proposal from being implemented. And this is particularly distressing because in the last 30 years, certainly in the last 60 years, the problem of Mesuravot Get has ballooned into a huge problem. We all know the extent of Igun, spite of Mesuravot Get. A study was done by Ruth Halpern of Bar Ilan University that showed that since the founding of the state, some 70,000 women have suffered the fate of being an aguna and denied a get. And one out of every three, the court keeps its own records, 1 out of every 3, actually, the court keeps its own records, but there's little transparency. But Ruth uncovered that there are 1 out of every 3 women who comes through the courts is a Mesuravot Get or extorted. And actually, and if it's Haredi women broken down to Haredi and non.
It's definitely a privilege and an honor to be invited to speak at this conference commemorating Rabbi Professor Eliezer Berkowitz's work, philosophy, and halachic development, in the hope that as a result of this conference, in all the different fields that we touch, there will be continuing development and that we can use it as a basis. Okay, I'm going to, Lou, you did a great job preparing everything that I have to say. And I want to, even though this lecture is being given in English, I want to make it clear that the problem of agunot, whether it's a problem of get refusal or of husbands being incapacitated, which is becoming more and more prevalent today, or having disappeared without a trace, etc., exists both in Israel, in the United States, and all over the Jewish world. Right? In other words, I get calls from all sorts of places. And just to open with two examples that affected me deeply, was in 2006, there was in the northern part of Israel, along the border with Lebanon, there was an incident, and Ehud Goldwasser and Eldad Regev were soldiers, and they were captured. They were captured. For 2 years, the state of Israel had no idea if they were dead or alive. The state didn't. Our own government didn't know. And as a result, without her recognizing it, Karen Goldwasser, who was married to Ehud, she was an aguna. She was a classic aguna. And I remember watching TV when at Rosh Hanikra, as a result of the agreement, a black car crossed the border into Rosh Hanikra, and we were all wondering, in what state is Ehud Goldwasser going to come out of that car? Is it to come out on his legs or not? And indeed, he came out in a casket, which showed that he had been killed and his body was kidnapped. But she was an aguna for those 2 years. The next example is a little bit more personal. In August 2011, right, 2011, at the other end of the country, literally on the border with Egypt, my soon-to-be son-in-law was doing his reserve duty, miluim, as a paramedic. And he was on the border, on Kfish Mispar 12, on road number 12, which leads to Eilat. And terrorists crossed the road and attacked a bus and cars and exploded with an explosion. And he was about a kilometer away. They heard the explosion and they ran towards the explosion. And he was the first one on the scene, my son-in-law, and he treated whoever was still alive while there was still gunfire going on. That really hit home because it could happen to anybody, right? And he was right there. It could happen to anybody. So that drove home, not that I needed it being driven home, but that drove home the need for, in every marriage, the Heskem Achuta Mishulash, the tripartite agreement authored by Rabbi Professor Michael Broid, which was first brought to light at an ADOC conference in 2004, 2005, I think 2005, then written in the 2005 journal in English. And it is a systemic solution, a systemic preventative solution. And we need it to be signed by every Jewish couple and become standard, much like we deal with a halachic prenup, which is a monetary agreement. This has no connection to civil law. This is a purely halachic document. And as Rabbi Broid himself said, that you'll hear echoes of Rabbi Professor Berkowitz's proposal in Rabbi Broid's, to my mind, brilliant document. And you'll see why soon, why I think it's so brilliant. Okay. Okay. You're being distributed a copy in English of the tripartite agreement. On the cover page, there are 2 links. to two separate articles that explain what I'm about to explain, one in English and one in Hebrew. Okay. The tripartite agreement is called such because it has, parentheses, more than, but originally, three different mechanisms, three different halachic mechanisms that in essence are a conditional marriage, kiddushin al tnai. And I'm going to I'm going to read them briefly as we speak, and then I'm going to explain. Okay. So the first one you'll see on the page 2, skip the introduction. Okay, on page 2, which is actually page 3, excuse me, in the numbering. If you look down to independence condition 1, all right, that's the first condition. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm going to just read excerpts. Okay, if I return to live in our marital home with you present at least once every 15 months until either you or I die, then our betrothal, kiddushin, in our marriage, nisuin, shall remain valid and binding. Everything that's written in this, all conditions and agreements and that's written in here is are written in a halachic formula, within a halachic formula called T'nai B'nei Gad B'nei Reuven, meaning when you write a condition in a contract, according to halacha, you have to write it in the positive and you have to write it in the negative. In other words, write in the positive, what will happen if so-and-so, and then you have to write, well, if so-and-so doesn't happen, then this is the result. You have to make it clear that it's both. That's the halachic formula. So we understand now, just from here, that if a husband disappears for 15 months, and not even one night came to reside in the marital home, which, by the way, is defined later on as the home where the wife resides. In other words, it's her home, okay? No matter where she is. Right? Then if he's not there, then this marriage will be annulled, dissolved on the basis of the condition. I'm reading it briefly, and then we'll get into it deeper. In independent condition 2 deals with a similar situation. It's the same condition, but dealing with a different scenario. It's a scenario where the husband has passed away. So she's an almanah, she's a widow. However, she's in need of yibum or chalitza, and she's in the situation that a Beit Din has tried to arrange for chalitza, and he hasn't shown up. The brother, the Avam, has not agreed to do chalitza, has not performed it, and then in a case like that, also the marriage will be annulled retroactively, so that she is not an aguna because of the chalitza, as opposed to an aguna because she didn't get a divorce. It's two very similar situations. So that was independent condition 2. Please turn the page to page 4. Okay. In page 4 there are 2 points here. In the second paragraph, under the chuppah, I will recite the formula, behold, you are betrothed to me with this ring, according to the practice of Moshe and Israel, the usual, subject to the conditions that we have written and signed. In other words, under the chuppah also, it is preferable. There are couples who sign this, but don't say it under the chuppah because of the discomfort that it's new. There are ways to handle that. But under the chuppah, he also connects his kiddushin, to these conditions that are in this document that they both signed prior to the chuppah, directly prior to the chuppah. This is signed at the wedding, all right, when she's in her white dress and he's in his finest. And preferably after the ktubah was signed at the chassan's tish, then each one signs separately the chatan and the kala. Okay, so here it's clearly stated that the kiddushin that are going to be said at the chuppah are directly connected and based on this document, everything included herein. Now, the next long paragraph, this is a second mechanism. We just finished with the conditional marriage, and we're moving on to the second mechanism. The second mechanism is a get b'harsha'ah, a permission to give a get and be my shaliach, be my proxy, be my emissary. All right. So it begins. Should a Jewish divorce be required of me for whatever reason by an Orthodox rabbinic court, then I appoint the Beit Din or anyone who sees this document to write a get in my name. I appoint a sofer, to any sofer that's available to be my hand and write the get. I appoint the Eidim to witness the giving of the get. And the emissary can appoint another emissary, and that emissary can appoint another emissary until 100 emissaries. And the sofer's hand is my hand. This is a general formula that is used, that I have used it myself in arranging gittin between someone in Bangkok, for example, right? That sends this formula here to Israel, and the woman in Israel receives a get because this was signed. So it's called either a kitzvu utnu for that name or a get b'harsha'ah. That's the name of this document, which is included in here. Okay, so we just reviewed the second mechanism, which is a get by proxy. We'll call it a get by proxy. And please note that the woman has to go to a Beit Din, an Orthodox Beit Din of her choice, and he accepts any Beit Din that the wife chooses, an Orthodox Beit Din, and that's what triggers this whole document. In other words, the document is not triggered halachically until a woman goes to a Beit Din and requests a get based on this document. All right. Now we're going to we'll go on to the third mechanism. Please turn to the first beginning paragraph on page 5. Okay. The first sentence is important. Furthermore, I recognize this strength. The first sentence strengthens the t'nai also. Everything is intertwined here, and that's what I'm going to demonstrate. Furthermore, I recognize that my wife has agreed to marry me only with the understanding that should she wish to be divorced, I would give a get within 15 months of her requesting such a bill of divorce. In other words, not only did I make the condition, but I recognize, the husband, right, who's a key player here, the husband recognized that her haskama, her agreement to accept the kiddushin, and in a marriage, even though we don't really pay attention, the woman has to agree to be married to this man, or else there's no kiddushin. And she agrees only if she gets a get within 15 months of requesting one. All right. I'm skipping down another three rows. I consent for our marriage to be labeled a nullity, okay, Hafkat Kiddushin, based on the decree of our community that all marriages ought to end with a get within 15 months. We both belong to a community, okay? What Rabbi Professor Berkowitz suggested, that communities make the takana. This is creating a takanat kahal. In other words, we both belong to a community where the majority of the great rabbis of Israel and Beit Din agree that this is a takana, that if a man does not give a divorce within 15 months, then they are allowed to annul the marriage. That same son-in-law that I mentioned earlier really loves to joke around. Every time another couple, he's aware of another couple that signed this document, with my assistance, he jokes, he says, "Welcome to the community." Like, oh, we created a virtual community, Okay, so we understand now that we've created a community here that has a takanat kahal with all the halachic backing to it, that if a man does not give a get, then he can, the Beit Din of that community can annul the marriage. All right. Then the line underneath that paragraph, furthermore, should this agreement be deemed ineffective as a matter of halacha, meaning everybody's going to yell about it, right? At any time, we would not have married at all. Okay, so if you're going to say that this is that the mechanisms here don't work halachically, then I'm telling you now, then we're not married altogether. Okay, that's the triple mechanism, hence the term tripartite agreement. But now there's more. There's more, which is really strengthens everything. Please, under the signature of the groom, the bride replied to the groom. We have here a t'nai b'kiddushin that the woman says, and we said that in order to be married, she has to agree to the kiddushin. And this was added after his original, Professor Boyd's original presentation. And the bride replied to the groom, I accept this proposal of marriage subject to the condition that we are both in residence together in our marital home at least once every 15 months. In other words, she's saying the same condition, but it comes from her. This is very significant. And now I'm going to start to explain why. It's complex, and I'm going to jump around a little bit. Why? It's exactly what Rabbi Boyd said. He quotes from Kohelet, "V'achuta mishulash lo b'mheira yinatek." The triple entwined twining. In other words, what I call a braid, right? When you take a braid and you braid somebody's hair, or you take rope strings and you braid the strings with three, it's much more strong, right? It's stronger. If you take one string and you just pull it, you may snap it, right? You may snap. But if you take a braid and you try to pull it, each part of this document, each mechanism overcomes the halachic objections to each one of the other mechanisms, and it goes like this, right? To each one of the other mechanisms. The first time I heard Rabbi Boyd present this, he said the following, and I'm going to say more than that. The first time he presented it in a conference in the United States, I believe it was a Jove conference. Yeah, it was a Jove conference. I can see the wall. And he said, there are three mechanisms in here, right? This is when it was in English, three mechanisms. And what he envisions is that when it comes before Beit Din, a woman in a very dire situation comes before Beit Din, Dayan, rabbinical judge A, will say, I don't like the t'nai b'kiddushin, and I don't like the hafka'at kiddushin by takanat kahal. I like to get b'harsha'ah. I will be matir this woman according to the get b'harsha'ah. Dayan number 2, B, he says, no, I don't like to get b'harsha'ah. There's legitimate resistance to it. The get b'harsha'ah, and I don't like the takanat kahal. I like the t'nai b'kiddushin. I will be matir this woman. I will release her. And the third Dayan, C, says, I don't like the t'nai b'kiddushin, and I don't like the get b'harsha'ah, but I like the takanat kahal. I will be matir this woman. What you have are 3 Dayanim who agree to be matir this woman, to annul the marriage, all for different reasons, but they will agree. Okay. Now it's much deeper than that, and I'm continuing with the braid analogy. All right, so even that would be a dayenu even, but it's much deeper, and let's try to explain it. Okay. Let's start with the first mechanism, kiddushin al t'nai. Kiddushin al t'nai. I'll say very briefly. I have no idea how much time I have left. Okay, so good. Thank you. Kiddushin al t'nai. There are several points in this document that strengthen the kiddushin al t'nai. The first one is that the husband himself, the chatan himself, obligates himself not to annul the batel, not to avoid, cancel, avoid the conditional marriage, the 15-month condition. He himself says it in the documents. I'm not going to avoid it. Okay, and the second one is that what we just mentioned a couple of minutes ago, that if this document is found to be improper and invalid halachically, then we will not have gotten married at all. All right, and it explains that any marital relations we had will be considered just as a man and a woman living together, and your ring is a matana, is just the present, has no halachic import. Okay, those are two simple things to understand. Here comes the real one, the halachic argument to any t'nai b'nisuin. Now, there's lots of people say, okay, let's write a t'nai b'nisuin, and then what's the big argument? And why is there the immediate reaction of Talmidei Chachamim is ein t'nai b'nisuin? Why? Right? Because not only because of the book that was written in reaction to what the rabbis in France tried to do in Takana. Okay. Ein adam oseh bilato bilat zunut. A man does not take an action that will make his intimate relations illicit relations. Okay. In other words, he will only have relations with a woman under the rubric of marriage, under the umbrella of marriage, holy relations. He will only have holy relations by kiddushin, So he does. So you can't have, even if you said the t'nai, and even if you signed the t'nai, if a t'nai just is the only mechanism, right? Then he definitely, this is what a Beit Din would say, right? Or those that are against it, he would definitely say at the point where they enter into yechidut, that they're alone together, and then they embark on having marital relations, he will forget about it tonight, right? He'll forget about it tonight, and he'll have marital relations the first night and forever after, without the t'nai in mind, and he will it will have invalidated the t'nai the first time he met.
If I understand correctly, those acts of cohabitation are marriage events.
Right. In other words,
even if the original marriage was not valid because of the document, subsequent cohabitation would constitute a marriage.
A kiddushin. The first time would constitute kiddushin because it was without the t'nai. Okay. So how do we overcome that? All right. In order to overcome that, I'm going to push pause for a minute, and I'm going to go to the third mechanism, which is the hafka'at kiddushin by takanat kahal, all right, by a communal ordinance. By having this communal ordinance and signing that he's part of this community, and this is the takana in this community, that if you don't give a get within 15 months, then a Beit Din will give the get for you, by 15 months, and the Beit Din will give a get for you. The man is giving over control of or ownership even of his cohabitation, good word, of his cohabitation, whether it's holy or unholy or illicit, right? He's giving the control over it to a Beit Din, because the Beit Din is going to decide whether his acts of marital intimacy were mikudashim, or whether they were just a man and a woman living together. So he, by signing on to also the third mechanism, he recognizes that he already gave over control to somebody else, and he can't say because it's not his. The Beit Din yaseh bilato bilat snut, because he gave it over to the Beit Din. So the claim of ein adam oseh bilato bilat snut that can't really apply to this particular document, right? In the t'nai, in this framework. So what we have is the hafka'at kiddushin by virtue of a Beit Din, by virtue of a community ordinance, is strengthening the t'nai. Okay, let's continue with the hafka'at kiddushin. Okay, what? 3 minutes. Okay, quick. Hafkat Kiddushin, the Hafkat Kiddushin, when it's brought up in the Gemara and in Halacha, okay, like Avadia Yosef also agreed that Hafkat Kiddushin is possible, but based on the Gemara, he even says, Avadia Yosef, the Maaseh Nira Laniut Dati, She'en Lahakel Bli Shum Get. In other words, in the Halacha, it's discussed that you can do Hafka'at Kiddushin, annulment of marriage, but it's not valid unless there was get koldahu, some sort of get. In other words, there was a get given, even if it's a puzzle get, even if it's a get that is not valid, then you can do Hafka'at Kiddushin. So the Hafka'at Kiddushin, the arguments against Hafka'at Kiddushin is they're treated by saying, no, look, he gave a get in the Hasha'ah leget. And if the Hasha'ah leget, even if you say it's puzzle, it doesn't matter. He gave the Hasha'ah leget, and therefore the Hafkat Kiddushin works. Okay, and the Hafkat Kiddushin is also the strength. Yes, it's also strengthened by the T'nai. By the T'nai. In other words, the Beit Din that's sitting and doing the Hafka'at Kiddushin will say, okay, not only are we allowed to do Hafka'at Kiddushin because there's a get here, but also because there's a T'nai here. And if the T'nai is valid, then there's no problem in doing a Hafka'at. It's the same result. All right, so that's also strengthened. And then it brings us to the get that even if the get is not valid, the get, he will want to give the get. Why? If he thinks this whole thing is like, it doesn't work because Ein Adam Oseh Bilato Bilat Znut, he will not want the marriage to be dissolved by a T'nai. And he will not want to say, oh, well, the Beit Din is making my cohabitation, illicit cohabitations. He'll say, no, I want to give the get. He won't cancel the get. Because he wants, because Ein Adam Oseh Bilato Bilat Znut, he wants his previous cohabitation to be considered Kedoshim, holy. So in each one of the three strengthens each one of the other three. And the T'nai put forth by the woman, I haven't heard any, it was never related to it, as far as I know, that what happens if the woman makes a T'nai, because Ein Adam Oseh Bilato Bilat Znut does not apply to women, it only applies to men. Okay, so this is the way it works. I'm going to add one more comment. You're sitting here in Israel, so I'm asking if you remember the story in 2015, 2015, of what's called the Get Mitzvat. Yes, the Get Zikui Mitzvat. Or Harav Uriel Lavi, the Dayan from Tzvat, he wrote a 93-page Psak Din, which utilized a very, very innovative mechanism, and he, in essence, he said, it was a man that was lying as in a permanent vegetative state for years, and he said, this is a new development in the world's history. Previously, if someone fell into this type of trauma, he would die. But now they live for years in a permanent vegetative state. So he related to that, and he said he would not have wanted his wife to continue in this manner. They were living in peace, and therefore the Beit Din takes upon itself to be mizakein for his benefit, right? And we are going to give a get to his wife. And that caused a tremendous uproar and from many circles, from the Haredi point of view, to the point that they tried to invalidate the decision, but they did not succeed in invalidating his Psak Din. So now I come to you and I say, someone who signed this document, right? And it comes in front of a Beit Din, And the Beit Din says it's worthless. We don't agree to anything here, all right? A Beit Din in Israel, we don't agree to anything here. But you know what they can do with the documents? They can implement Uriel Lavi's Psak Din because he clearly indicated here, even if he didn't do it in a halachic manner, that he wants the Beit Din to do what Rav Uriel Lavi paskin. So they can use it as a basis for that brilliant psak of Rav Uriel Lavi and release the woman from the marriage.
Before I open up the forum for people who are present here in the room, I just want to read one. I'm very moved by a response that we got from one of our Zoom participants. Miriam Kitrusky, who I mentioned at the beginning, was one of that group in Moscow to receive the Berkovitz volume, said, "Thank you for your kind words, quite unexpected. I'm not even sure that you are aware that I translated 3 books of Rabbi Berkovitz into Russian. I can also mention that my daughter got married 10 years ago with a Tanai in the Kiddushin. It was Rabbi Aryeh Strikovsky, Zichrono Livracha, who recently passed away, who was Masada Kiddushin for her. Fortunately, they did not use the Tanai and hope they never will. She just wanted to be among the pioneers to use it." Okay. And I open up the floor to people who want to comment, but please, instead of an additional lecture, if it could be a question, or at least framed as a question. Shira. Rachel, before you respond, I'm just, for the people on Zoom, I'm going to repeat because I don't think the mic picks up the end of the room. Shira Wolowski is asking, how frequently has this Tanai, this tripartite agreement, been used? Is it in action? Yes.
I can't count any other types of Tanai because they may have been done without my knowledge, such as was demonstrated right now. But as far as the tripartite agreement goes, hundreds of couples have signed it. So we're expanding the community. Couples have turned to Rabbi Broid in the United States, and couples turn to me here, and they don't really need to if they have read the very detailed article in Tchumen, because in Tchumen there's also instructions for implementation, but I also send out all the time. And I'm just going to add now that we're in the process of building we're almost finished with the English, an independent website and called jewishprenup.org. That's the address, jewishprenup.org, and it's going to be in English and in Hebrew. And we haven't finished the English part yet, so it's not up and running because I didn't have the time to write up FAQs, frequently asked questions, which I hope to do in the near future. Oh, that's a great question. No, yes and no. In other words,
repeat the question.
The question was, are people getting married in through the Rabbanut with this? Okay, the Rabbanut mostly don't know about this. Okay. Okay, which is why I speak about it. Our daughters are covered. Our daughters are covered from get refusal, but not. This is a classic aguna. This covers the classic aguna, which also contains under its umbrella. Oh wait, I'm going to take advantage of this. I'm going to make a very clear statement, please. It's wonderful that you ask these questions. All right, pay attention, those that are at home. Okay, okay. Both Rabbi Broid and myself insist that everyone should sign a halachic prenup, meaning the Beth Din of America's prenup in Chutz La'aretz, or the agreement for mutual respect, Haskem L'Kavod Hadadi, in Israel first, and that is a given because for several reasons. That is the more prevalent problem, that of get refusal, and it's also a much simpler halachic mechanism that is accepted as halachic. It's a much easier solution to use, all right, and it has been proven both the Beth Din of America's agreement and the agreement for mutual respect have been going on for decades, and they have both been proven to be 100% effective. All right, it's worked and tested, etc. This, thank God, has never been needed to be used. Those who signed it, so we think we know what will happen. We have the agreement, which is not made public, of very important rabbis that push comes to shove, if this ever comes about, it will be a b'di'evet situation, and then they will agree with it, but they don't want to come out and say it now. Okay, so we are, and it's much, as you saw, it's much more complex halachically. So for the problem of get refusal, you should be signing the halachic prenup. And for the problem of agunot, real classic agunot, then you need to have something.
And chalitza.
Yibum and chalitza also. Yes.
It could be it could be an extortion by the
Just
brother-in-law.
like get refusal, there's
But
chalitza.
I'll tell you just if I can interject, and it's partly an answer to your question, Shira. Has it been used? I know of at least one case where the famous Rosh Yeshiva and former minister of the government of Israel, Rabbi Amital, conducted a chuppah al tanai. It wasn't the tripartite agreement. We know of 3 cases, but what, at least in the one case that I know of, what spurred it was in fact a worry on the part of the parents and a part of the kala that the chatan had only, his next brother was 6 years old, unable to give chalitza until the age of 13, right? And he was a combat soldier in the Israeli Defense Forces. So the parents, God forbid, in the case that he would be captured and it would be an Ehud Goldwasser situation, that she shouldn't have to wait for 70 years. Rav Amital himself did that wedding out with the similar Tanaim.
Okay, that
So-
was in 2006. The story you just told was in 2006, and just a minute, Rav Amital, decades earlier, had done the same. It was he translated into Hebrew the Chatam Sofer's Kiddushin al Tznai, which was written in Yiddish, which I get a kick out of when I read it to people in a shiur, and he translated into Hebrew, Rav Amital, in 2 cases, decades earlier, of where there was one brother to the Chatan, and he was in a state of legal incompetence in order to be able to lachlotz or liyaben. In other words, he was handicapped in that manner, and therefore they did the kiddushin al tznai then. Okay, where were we?
Yes.
Yeah.
This has to be done before the chuppah, right? Can it be done in Mafreya?
No.
If we just get done to very.
No.
It can't?
No.
So that's it.
Well, there are once somebody is mikudeshet, it can't be undone. Okay, and God forbid what we are saying for decades, as Blue was indicated, that we need a systemic solution in order to, if somebody, God forbid, falls into the position of aguna and had no such conditional marriage, then we need other systemic solutions, which have been suggested. And the International Beit Din in Manhattan does it, right? They help, but it hasn't been spreading yet.
First of all, thank you, Lou and Raquel, for wonderful presentations and even more so for your leadership in this area. But I do have a question. Many years ago, there was a book written by Yitzhak Ryder, which was a great comment about the abuse situation. And if I recall correctly, each chapter was devoted to a halakhic solution. And at the end of each chapter, he said, this is a legitimate halakhic solution, but it's beyond the rabbinic consensus. Then in the second chapter, we talked about a different halakhic solution. He said, this is a legitimate halakhic solution, but it's beyond the rabbinic consensus. So an astute reviewer said, it's very apparent that the problem is not the halakha, the problem is the rabbinic consensus. Right? So now we have the situation where Rabbi Berkowitz proposed a very in-depth halakhic solution that was endorsed by one of the Gedolim, and it had no effect. And now you're proposing, or you're using a very fine document that's been signed by hundreds, but hundreds is a drop in the bucket out of the tens of thousands of marriages. So my question is, what's being done to change the rabbinic consensus or the communal consensus to provide what Lou, I think, once called a wholesale solution, not a retail solution? Because even you have a virtual community here. You don't have a real community where all of the great rabbis agree that this document should be implemented.
The response to that is two prongs. Okay, it's very similar to the halachic prenup. In other words, by speaking to rabbis or speaking to lay people, and people starting to use it, it spreads. Today's world is slightly different in that people are educated, or they can educate themselves through the internet, and they have more autonomy to decide on their own how they're going to arrange their marriage. And that's how, for example, through educational efforts and social media, etc. We here in Israel, we came out with the Agreement for Mutual Respect in the year 2000, and thousands of couples have signed on it, and it has saved a significant number of women and one man, as far as I know. Okay, 3 women in a front and 1 man in a front alone. It has saved them after they met with initial get refusal, and that's the system. That's the slow outreach. It works better and it works deeper than writing, an attacking article in the newspaper, a complaining article. All right, I've written many articles, both popular and academic, and that's what's working on the Agreement of Mutual Respect, and now lately on the tripartite agreement. But what's really going to work is, as a result of the hundreds that are signing, or it will grow into a few thousand, which is a drop in the bucket. God forbid, one person will need to implement it, and then a particular Beis Din or big rabbi who has already said that he will implement it, he will free the woman, not only free the woman on the basis of this document, he will agree to be the Mesader Kiddushin in her next wedding, right? That's what several have been saying, right? Then it's going to make the headlines, and then everybody will be running to sign on this, because it'll be a b'di'evet situation.
We're officially run out of time, but do you want to weigh in on this question about the communal participation?
National 18 does recommend that people sign on to a prenuptial agreement. We recognize that the majority of marriages that exist don't have the benefit of prenuptial agreement. Majority of marriages that exist today, I do know those who come to our 18 don't have prenuptial agreement. Besides which, and maybe I apologize to Raquel for this, we had debates before, that debates with Michael. Freud, and I'll save my question to you for later, but I think that it has to be the responsibility of the Bate Din, and that the community has to pressure Bate Din and implement. They have tremendous power in the tradition, and they don't use it, and therefore, in a certain sense, they're abusing the power that they have by not, by making it so cumbersome, by rendering women agunot when they could, in a second, using solutions.
What's the basic
Yeah.
resistance?
It's a really good question. It's sort of, I'll tell you what the basic resistance is. This is a terrible anecdote to share with you, but I will tell you this. It's troublesome. And if you have trouble sleeping at night thinking about this, I'm sorry. A few years ago, Joe had a conference. I don't know if it was the event that we were talking about. We have organized to get conference. This wasn't the two.
Not the Aguna Summit.
Not the Aguna
A
Summit.
joint conference.
Where you spoke at
The Aguna Summit.
Aguna Summit. Very powerful, I remember. But this was another event, and in response, the Rabbinical Council of America, which is the chief body of organized of that chief organization of rabbis, Orthodox rabbis, modern Orthodox rabbis, organized, you might say, a counter conference a month or two later. They didn't say it was because of Jopa, but the timing was, a little suspicious. The chair of that conference, who is a very highly educated, well-loved, modern Orthodox rabbi in a major southern city, in the course of his introductory remarks, he said this: the presence of our agunot in our community is a sign of our Kiddush Hashem. Kiddush Hashem.
Chances are his daughter was not.
Right.
For sure.
So that is the mentality. The love of chumras is, in a way, Aguna falls, I think, into the category of chumrot, and that to be holier than thou and more strict than thou, and that's why Rachel and Freud have not been able to get the approval, because this is a way out. But more than that, the rest of the baked in is that to educate rabbis, an institute, part of the baked in, to educate rabbis and try to educate humanity and to educate the community, and that the solutions, and that was the genius also of Rabbi Berkowitz, that the solutions are what? No, the solutions are in the sources. So the Beit Din has the power, they have the authority. And instead of spending years and years and endless effort and money and so forth, to get couples who are going into a marriage to sign prenuptial agreement, they could easily resolve this problem because of the injustice. And rabbis of yesteryear took care of this. It became, from the 10th century on, some crazy strictness. Not a nice word to say about that. It crept into rabbinic thinking for 10 centuries. In the 20th century, as divorce escalated, that was still there. And so we have to spin our wheels as we go. We can undo that. And I want to say that I'm really surprised that the secular community in Israel, which is affected by these laws and by the primitive attitudes of the Beit Din, don't organize. They do their own thing. They go to Cyprus and they get married, or they don't have kiddushin. Why they don't organize to protect themselves in the religious courts? They are.
I speak in law schools. I speak in law schools and explain all this, and they absorb it. They're usually just a sprinkling of religious students there, and I've spoken also to the Israel Bar Association. Okay, but they don't organize. You're right. They don't,
It's not their major issue.
no,
Okay,
because they have a way around it.
I want to thank Blue. I want to thank Rachel, Dr. Levmore. I want to thank everybody here who's participated. I'm sorry that you can continue to ask personal questions, but I'm under strict instructions to send people to lunch so that they can then attend the sessions immediately after lunch. Thank you so much. And Yehi Zichro Shel Rav Berkovitz Mevarach.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session. Session number 2, Not in Heaven, the Nature and Function of Halakha. As part of this 30th Yortzeit conference called Torat Chaim, a Living Torah, Eternal and Relevant in Modern Times, of Professor Eliezer Berkovitz Zatzal. My name is Meir Fachler. I am the CEO of Gemara Bura, a system for teaching Mishnah and Gemara, as well as the CEO of Machon Rothenberg, the Rothenberg Institute for Jewish Psychology. Many years ago, I graduated from yeshiva and I went back to the UK and I started getting involved in formal, semi-formal Jewish education, and I was very frustrated because whilst I had immense respect and admiration for my teachers and Rebbeim in the yeshiva, I did not identify with any of them. I felt that everything that they stood for, whilst admirable, did not speak to me because they seemed to be living in a bubble, because they seemed to be divorced from the outside world. And I just felt that this surely is not a derech, an approach that I could follow. So I was actually quite frustrated, and I definitely shared my frustration with people around me at the time. And one day I walked into, anybody from England would know this, the Jewish Memorial Bookshop in Woburn House, which was one of the only bookshops. The other one was Eisenthal's. I saw a book there called Crisis and Faith, not a book. I saw this book. This is the book, okay? And this is, we're talking about late 70s, 77, 78. And I start looking at it. And as I'm flipping through the pages, I'm saying, my goodness, here is somebody who is talking from a certainly authentic Orthodox perspective, but it is open to what's going on in the wide world, is critiquing left, right, and center, and he's really talking my language. 2 hours later, I purchased it after I'd probably flipped through most of the book itself. That Friday, I'm walking to shul with my father, the late Eli Fachler, and we're walking up the Finchley Road towards the Shomrei Hadass synagogue, where up until 4 years earlier, Rabbi David Berkovitz, the brother of Eliezer Berkovitz, was the rabbi. And I said to my father, I said, Dad, you have no idea how excited I am. I found this book. Finally, I found a voice of Orthodox Judaism that I can identify with, and I'm sort of waxing lyrical about this. And he said, really? Who wrote it? And I said, oh, you wouldn't know. Some American fellow. He said, try me. I said, Eliezer Berkovitz. He said, Eliezer Berkovitz? He was my private Rebbe in Berlin as I was growing up. I said, what? And that is the truth. In other words, my father lived in 33 Brunnenstraße in Berlin, right on the courtyard of the Beis Yosef, Beis Zion Shul, where the Bickel family lived upstairs, and a young student at the seminary, Hildesheimer Seminary, by the name of Eliezer Berkovitz, married, as my dad said, married the Bickel girl. And my grandfather, my late grandfather, Hashem Yakum Damo, went upstairs and said, would you like to be the tutor of my son, Eli? And for a few years, he taught my dad Chumash Rashi, etc., which explains a lot about my father. And actually, this began a lifelong journey for me, which led me to a number of critical thinkers. Till this day, I presume, I think I'm on that journey. In particular, I just want to mention just a few. In London at the time, I sought out Rav Nachum Rabinowitz and Rabbi Jonathan Sachs. Rav Nachum became pretty much my Rebbe. He married us, and I was a junior rabbi in Marble Arch for Jonathan Sachs afterwards, so came quite close with him. And he also was of the same ilk of trying to come from the authentic Orthodox tradition and be open to what's going on in the wider world. Likewise, my Rebbe in Jewish education, Professor Mike Rosnack, who I think is probably one of the closest. I think if he was a halachist, he would be the closest to Rabbi Berkovitz. And of course, my dear father-in-law, the Israel Prize laureate, Professor Mordechai Rothenberg, and I'll explain. Yesterday, we heard a session by Dr. Reuven Moll, which discussed the Berkovitz approach to Tzimtzum. Now, some of you might know that Professor Rothenberg has developed a whole approach to life via this concept of Tzimtzum. Tzimtzum brings about what he calls dialogue, as opposed to non-Tzimtzum, which brings about dialectic. In other words, dialogue, which is gam v'gam, also this and also that, having a dialogue between two separate entities, whereas a dialectic, it's either this or either that. And in one of his books called Bein Migdash LeMidrash, he talks about the necessity to create a dialogue between the Migdashiyut, the ceremony, the somewhat constant Migdashiyut, as opposed to the more fluid Midrashiyut. Hi, welcome. And in this respect, he uses exactly the same terminology which Rabbi Berkovitz uses in this book, where he talks about the danger of having a Kara'itic Judaism, that if you get stuck in the Migdashiyut, that it becomes Kara'itic to the text. And of course, Rabbi Berkovitz talks about this in his relationship between Torah Shebichtav and Torah Sheba'al Peh, the written and the oral Torah, where he talks about the codification versus the situational. My teacher, Mike Rosnack, would often talk about the tension between what he calls authenticity and relevance, which I think from an educational perspective is, again, talking about the need of a dialogue between the Migdashiyut of the authenticity and the relevance of where the students are or where the generation finds itself, and the need to create what he calls a consensus between them. Finally, I want to also mention the late Rabbi Sachs. Now, he did not publish any books on halakha, and we can surmise a number of reasons why he did that, but he did deliver the Lord Jacobovitz Chair lecture at Jews College called 3 Approaches to Halakha, which I still own. I actually developed it into a course which I taught in a number of the yeshivot and seminaries here in Yerushalayim quite a number of years ago. And in this lecture, he talks about 3 approaches: radical inclusivism, radical traditionalism, and what he calls traditional inclusivism. And he puts up on the, if you like, on the pedestal, the Sridei Esh as the champion of traditional inclusivism, which of course, I believe could easily have been authored by Rav Berkovitz. So the idea was to be faithful to the code and halakha, and at the same time, sensitive to the situation and the individual or individuals in front of the posek at the time. Now, in terms of Rabbi Berkovitz's own application of this Tzimtzum-driven dialogic approach, the most profound passage I came across in this incredible, I still think it's one of the most amazing Svarim on the topic, is found on page 124, where he's discussing the concept of conversion. And he says the following, he says, it is true that we maintain that Torah is min hashamayim, revealed to the Jewish people by God, and therefore the law regarding conversion has divine authority. I too believe that, together with all Orthodox Jews. But then he says, if I flip over the page, but I cannot help recognize that the fact that I so believe does not make my belief a faith min hashamayim. Meaning, I believe in Torah min hashamayim, but my faith in Torah min hashamayim is not min hashamayim, and therefore we need to have a dialogue with Jews who have different perspectives on what Torah min hashamayim. I've just found that so mind blowing. There you go. It's so mind blowing, and that is true Tzimtzum-driven dialogue, only if you understand that somebody might have a perspective different from yours, and together you might come up with something more profound and bigger than what you originally thought. So that brings me to our first speaker. Not that Rabbi Yitz Greenberg needs an introduction, but b'chol ofen, for protocol. Rabbi Yitz Greenberg is the president of the J.J. Greenberg Institute for the Advancement of Jewish Life and senior scholar in residence at the Hadar Institute of New York and Jerusalem. I would just like to add that I was a good friend of J.J. in the old days, together with Dave Winter, etc. He was one of the finest and wonderful people that I ever came across, and it was an honor for me to know him. And my daughter was a student at the Hadar Institute, so there you go. He served in the American Orthodox Rabbinate, in academia, history and Jewish studies, as founding president of Klal, Pluralist Community Leadership, Torah Learning, and in Jewish Life Network, the Steinhardt Foundation, Jewish educational initiatives, including Birthright Israel. As was Rav Berkovitz, he and his wife, Blue, were members of the multi-denominational group of rabbis who met in the Canadian Center for Jewish Studies from 1965 to 1973. They remained friends for the rest of Rav Berkovitz's life. They shared a common commitment to apply halacha in a way that served all of Klal Yisrael and was livable for the whole of Jewry. They both worked on developing a halacha that could respond to the changing social conditions and the new reality of Israel's sovereignty.
Thank you very much. Grateful for your comments about JJ also. It's never too late, too far away to hear something new. Thank you. In 1953, shortly after receiving smicha at Yeshivat Beit Yosef, I moved to Boston, Cambridge to pursue graduate studies. There I met two leading figures in modern Orthodoxy. One, the first, Rabbi Joseph B. Soloveitchik, already Rosh Yeshiva at YU and also teaching in Boston under the rubric or the auspices of the Chevra Shas. By going to Beis Yosef, I actually had missed the chance to study with the Rav, as most of my friends and peers did. So now I was given a second chance. So first I attended his Motzei Shabbat classes, then was permitted to join the learning sessions he offered rabbis in his home, in the summers in Onset, Massachusetts, and other occasions, and finally was given the opportunity for one-on-one sessions and some discussions about Torah. This exposure totally transformed my understanding of Torah and shaped my approach to Yahadut, actually for a lifetime, to be admitted. It was not his Brisker method and Shurim, which I found interesting, but it was his concept of Yahadut as a worldview, as an analysis of existence and the way to live a meaningful life, as a world religion among other world faiths, which had ideas, values, and directions for all the great questions facing humanity. Before him, I had studied countless Gemaras and codes of Halacha, but in retrospect, I felt I understood them only as narrow texts or as important and manifold details. So I was electrified by his conceptual breadth and vision, and inspired by them, frankly, and have tried to explore that the rest of my life. Now, I also realized that he derived many of his insights from the modern and cultural methods and the philosophical training he had received in his PhD program at the University of Berlin. So I internalized his conception, his positive attitude to synthesis, as he called it, i.e. using models and methods rooted in modern culture to illuminate and often enrich traditional sources. There was another very important modern Orthodox rabbi and figure in Boston. It was none other than Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz, who was the rabbi at the Blue Hill Avenue Shul, as I called it. To this day, I don't remember the exact Hebrew name.
That's how I heard it too.
I heard and learned that he was a great Talmid Chacham, that he interpreted and presented the tradition in a very persuasive and inspiring way. I even met him and we talked briefly. But to this day, I regret that I did not really get to spend serious time with him or learn with him until a decade later. Still, let me mention how the two of them together, what they had in common, and how their model appealed to me and influenced my thinking. Both stood for a religious approach that was responsible to and could be lived by the whole Jewish people, not just a small sectarian group. Both insisted that Yahadut is a world religion and must offer guidance and direction for all the great problems faced by humanity. Both insisted that Orthodox Jews and Kal V'chomer Poskim or Talmidei Chachamim must study secular knowledge, must know them and the world factually and accurately as it is, and they must apply secular insights to understand Torah and apply the halakha properly. Both insisted that Yahadut must flourish, must participate actively in a rapidly changing civilization, social setting. This implied that new rulings were possible, in fact, necessary probably, because the facts also have changed along the way. Perhaps the most famous example of this approach in the 40s and 50s, of course, was Rav Soloveitchik's decision to offer co-education at the Maimonides Day School, which he founded in Boston, and to open Talmud study to girls, women at the same level as the boys. Both insisted on the Torah and Halakha commitment to justice, human dignity, and ethical behavior. They used this principle to interpret existing traditions, mitzvot, halachot, and even toward facing or finding new situations and halakhically illuminating them. Both disagreed with and even strongly criticized conservative Reform Judaism, but they showed respect and engaged in working on projects with liberal non-Orthodox rabbis. And finally, when the Rosh Yeshiva, new rising traditional people, Haredi Yeshiva in America, put out a statement of prohibiting any relationship organizationally and otherwise with conservative Reform rabbis, the Rav did not sign it, and he in fact allowed the Rabbinical Council of America to continue to participate in the Synagogue Council of America, which represented Jews officially as an organization to other religions and to the American government. However, starting in the 1950s and 60s and picking up speed thereafter, ultra-Orthodoxy grew stronger in the United States and increasingly moved modern Orthodoxy in its direction. This took the form of increasing imposition of yeshivish standards on modern Orthodox institutions. The less, there are various examples of this, of course. There were less and less contact or interest in the issues of the wide world. There was increasing gender segregation, reduction in quality and quantity of secular studies, breaking of connections to non-Orthodox Jews, and ending cooperation, as well as increasingly aggressive denunciations of religious liberal denominations. Eliezer Berkovitz strongly opposed these developments and fought them from the very beginning. I shall return to that shortly. Rabbi Soloveitchik himself, of course, did not take these steps, but students of his who went on to become his successors at yeshiva, as Rosh Yeshiva at YU, went in this direction. So the Rav made two contributions to these developments, which won out eventually in modern Orthodoxy. One is he did not fight them, although he was not happy with them. In private conversations, he expected sometimes even criticism and bitterness at these developments, but he did not fight them or speak against them publicly. Secondly, he contributed an ideological frame for this development as part of his own philosophy and as asserting the authority and authenticity of Orthodoxy. Rabbi Soloveitchik stressed the centrality of halakha and halachic Judaism. He himself was guided in halachic rulings by values such as justice and ethics, and by community needs and capacities. However, in his more extravagant moments, including in passages in Halachic Man, he implied that unless an idea or a value was incorporated in an actual halachic performance, it was of no consequence. In Halachic Man, he speaks of halakha as the method whereby the one who lives by halakha wants to, quote, replenish the deficiency in creation. Today, this is called Tikkun Olam, and is slightly unrespectable in Orthodoxy, but he speaks of the repairing the deficiency in creation. And he stresses, of course, quote, the importance of man as a partner of the Creator in the act of creation, of the Almighty in the act of creation. Nevertheless, in extensive passages in which he speaks of halakha, not as grounded in reality, but as a kind of, quote, a priori conceptual framework, much like mathematics, close quote, which is to be imposed on reality. So if the halakha puts religious subjectivity aside, it turns religious behavior into an objective behavior pattern, which is not modified by social or communal concerns. In the hands of some of his students, and under the yeshivish influence, increasingly Orthodox religious life was defined as applying halachic behaviors to all of life and living up to them exactly and directly in these categories. There was little or no concession to current life or social expectations. The halakha, and only halakha, was the essence of Judaism, defined as norms directed by God, dictated by God, which one must obey without question or modification. The notion that as halachic behavior might violate ethical or other norms was dismissed. Halakha is divine and self-validating. This increasingly meant that orthodoxy was turning into halachic behaviorism based on instructions derived from poskim, supposedly objectively, developing them from precedents, which left no room for change or modification. This meant that the ethical objection or emotional recoil at any halachic positions or rulings was improper and indeed irrelevant. Decades later, one of our Soloveitchik successors at YU summed it up by saying, quote, the halakha has no emotions, close quote. Eliezer Berkovitz, of course, strongly opposed this new direction in all its details. He was faithful to the modern orthodoxy, which he and Rabbi Soloveitchik had espoused in the 1950s. In the summer of 1965, Tradition, he published an essay called Orthodox Judaism in a World of Revolutionary Transformation. He argued that this was a time of unprecedented change and therefore a need for guidance for the whole world. But, quote, in this moment, quote, the Jew is silent, close quote, the Orthodox Jew. He labels, quote, marginal groups, those who say that humanity's concerns are none of our business. Our calling is to live in the Dalet Amot of Halakha and the 4 cubits of Halakha. This is not the Torah's view, he said. because the Torah seeks to realize its vision in the world, in the messianic fulfillment which will come, in which an actual history will achieve these higher and broader goals. He also pointed out that neither in America nor in Israel, as the two largest Jewish communities in the world at that point, can Jews live anymore in a withdrawn ghetto state, either because they're the majority or because they're so totally exposed and integrated. Therefore, those who try to shelter, quote, and insist that Judaism must be carried on as if nothing has happened, close quote, and who back their positions, quote, with isurim and intolerance, close quote, only make Judaism irrelevant to the majority of the people. He quotes Samson Raphael Hirsch that a Judaism of, quote, one-sided Talmudism, close quote, that offers no intellectually meaningful interpretation of Judaism is having, quote, a mummifying effect on Judaism. He's particularly critical of those who offer halakha, which is in a spirit, quote, again, of insufficient sensitivity toward ethical and moral problems, close quote. Berkowitz states that the needed response is precisely the task of Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral tradition. Torah Shebaal Peh applies the principles of Torah to the continually changing situations. This includes the changes in facts on the ground, which may lead to different applications. Furthermore, Torah Shebaal Peh respects life itself, including its changes, and incorporates life's needs, and not just honors texts coming to its conclusions. Thus, the halachic legalists who uphold no change are failing their responsibility to participate in Torah Shebaal Peh. In a moment of extreme candor, Berkowitz suggests that the willingness to employ Torah Shebaal Peh and to deal with the changes is predicated on, quote, faith in the vitality of Torah, and that this takes trust and faith, especially at a time when, quote, no one, he means no one, not just the Orthodox, has the answers at this stage. Those who freeze the halakha and withdraw betray their weakness and lack of faith in the classic phenomenon of the operation of Torah Shebaal Peh. It's also telling that tradition published this essay, this article, while acknowledging, quote, in the superstructure of the introduction, quote, most of our editorial board disagree with the views expressed in this essay. As the yeshivish takeover of YSR continued, I often thought to myself, I wonder if a decade later it would have made it to tradition. Although let me be fair and say I don't know, and the current editor tradition is here, and I must say it's doing much better in the last decade. In 1958, Rabbi Eliezer went from Boston to Hebrew Theological College as part of a major expansion of that seminary to become chair of its Department of Jewish Thought. He also, the next year, published his major theological statement, God, Man, and History, in 1950. I met him several years later again at the Myers Segal Center for Jewish Studies in Canada during the years of 65 and 70. David Hartman received a grant from Leon Myers Segals to use as he saw fit to advance his vision for Judaism. Hartman called me and invited me to help plan a project. We ended up with a program of inviting rabbis of all the denominations who we thought were important or interesting thinkers with whom we'd like to learn. Among the rabbis who stood out in my memory to this day were Aaron Lichtenstein and Eliezer Berkowitz of Orthodoxy, Wolf Kelman and Seymour Siegel of Conservative Judaism, and Emil Fackenheim and Jacob Peduchowski among the Reform. The encounter had a profound impact on all the participants. I must say, certainly speaking for myself, it transformed me by making me an open and out-of-the-closet pluralist. Elie Wiesel joined us in 1965, and he put the Holocaust high on our agenda. In the next 2 years, I gave a paper on the theology of the Holocaust, which had taken over my life. Both Emil Fackenheim and then years later, Eliezer Berkowitz responded and wrote their own important works on the religious implications of the Holocaust. And in those sessions, both Eliezer Berkowitz and Jacob Peduchowski explored the theory of halakha and the possibility of halachic change. I enjoyed numerous private conversations, including with Berkowitz, and listening to his conceptions of halakha and the need for halachic development. Eliezer was strongly opposed to the emerging pan-halachism. That's what Heschel called it, and although he was a critic of Heschel, he agreed with the problem. It was gaining authority in modern orthodoxy. His three main criticisms were: one, withdrawal and going insula, the halachic leadership of removing Torah from the lives of the people and abandoning the majority of Klal Yisrael, which was facing great challenges in growing assimilation. It needed more Jewish guidance and the values of their lives, but was being abandoned. Secondly, the emerging halachic leadership was failing to take up responsibility for a living, active Torah Sheba'al Peh, which could shape history and could shape the community and make needed adjustments and applications to inject Torah into life. And here Berkowitz, of course, was both more courageous and more pioneering than even the luminaries that we heard quoted by Meir as well as by Rav Soloveitchik himself. That is to say, he was honest enough to recognize that it would take changes and not just simply a nicer and more beautiful statement of the tradition. This was the process that kept Torah alive. This was what made it relevant for millennia and in different civilizations, and therefore this was needed again. He felt the leadership further sinned by denying that the present generation had the authority to make changes. In fact, the living generation always had the final responsibility to keep the covenantal chain going and to refresh the halachic life of Jews. Thirdly, he said they were offering rulings that violated ethical norms or were indifferent to abuse and unethical violations going on right now, or they failed to interpret or practices in a way that upgraded people's ethical performances. He felt that the pure halachic legalism also lacked nourishment for the soul and frequently removed God from the center of religious life. Berkowitz's theory of revelation, of course, was that Sinai and the other such moments revealed encounter with God. The main revelation of the encounter was that God cares and enters and wants to enter into fellowship with human beings, and especially with Klal Yisrael. Divine law commandments then were the expression of God's nature and expression of the divine desire for, quote, chesed, covenantal love, righteousness, justice and righteousness. That's a quote from Yirmiyahu, of course. Out of concern for humans, God gives them guidelines and directions for life behaviors that are good. Therefore, giving cruel or unfeeling rulings that violate conscience cannot be justified by the claim that these are arbitrary divine instructions which cannot be assessed or appealed. In short, the time when the Yeshivot and YU were minimizing or putting aside theology or ethics as a guide to halakha and insisting that no change was possible, Eliezer Berkowitz was going against the stream. He had that strength, of course, he had that strength and that courage not to be frightened of the fact that the majority was going the other way or that the trend was the other way. He insisted that relationship with God was a defining aspect of revelation. Halakha was in service of the relationship with God. Furthermore, the human role in the covenantal relationship in each generation was to apply Torah Sheba'al Peh, to reveal what God wants from us at this time and in these changing circumstances. This means that Torah Sheba'al Peh takes halachic practices which were rooted in the cultures surrounding the Jews and upgrading them to come closer to the Torah's ideals, which were to be realized in the course of history. Berkowitz proposed a core Jewish theology consisting of three norms: personal God, Torah min hashamayim, the Torah was given to God by God to Israel, and Torah Sheba'al Peh, the inseparable connection between the written Torah and the oral tradition which interprets it and applies it. Differences in interpretation of these principles, he said, quote, should not be permitted to be dividing walls between Jew and Jew. Now, he added, this does not mean that all interpretations are equally valid. However, the wrong interpretation from any point of view is not to be allowed to become a different branch of Judaism, but is to be incorporated and dealt with internally. The Berkowitz dreams of an orthodoxy that could listen and persuade other Jews, that could contain within it all the denominations, all Jews committed to learning from each other and working together to achieve a central message. Of course, pressure built up on him to moderate his thought or developing halakha. Yet he was never intimidated. He always spoke his mind with candor and integrity, and was little affected by the fact that the majority was with him as much as it was against him. Either way, he stood by his own insight and ground. One might say that he answered to a higher authority. As the tide of Haredization grew, Hebrew Theological College was pulled to the right. A seminary which had allowed its musmachim to serve in traditional synagogues, i.e., no mechitza, or even with some sections where men and women sat together American style, now began to put service in such shuls as beyond the pale. In 1966, Rav Aaron Soloveitchik joined the faculty at Hebrew Theological College, and he pushed hard in this direction. He intensified the stress on Talmud and Halakha, and diminished the role and importance of theology and Jewish thought in the rabbinical curriculum. Some Frum students, some of them on the Zufund and some on their own initiative, began to tell their peers not to study theology, or told them to treat Berkovitz and his department as foreign bodies, perhaps even as a source of heresy. Eliezer continued to articulate his outspoken views, especially about halachic development. He told me repeatedly that the stand patters, those who insist on no change, quote, they are the Tzedukim of the Torah She'al Peh, close quote. The Tzedukim had insisted that only the inherited Torah Shebiksav, the written Torah, was divine, and that the Prushim, with their expansive Torah innovations in halakha, were either fraudulent or misunderstood or misled. However, as he pointed out, as I know, the Prushim had won that argument because the Torah was a living Torah, and the covenantal relationship with God flourished and grew in history. So he believed that the Tzedukim of the oral Torah were wrong. They would cripple the community and the continuity and impact of Torah, but they would be overcome by the dynamic relationship between God and Israel, and the restoration or the reconnection to the world, and the Jewish influence would come in time. In the 1970s, of course, he spent a lot of time on theology about or in the Holocaust. In the 1980s, he returned to the role and theory of halakha, upholding his theme of human responsibility and authority to apply the halakha to the new conditions of human existence. In 1987, having made Aliyah some 12 years earlier, he published The Crisis of Judaism and the Jewish State in Hebrew, in which he pointed out that the failure of the poskim to recognize the needs of a sovereign state as an essential and foundational principle of the halakha is crippling the effect of halakha in Israel. In other words, the negative effect of the failure to apply Torah She'al Peh in diaspora was now magnified by the fact that it was being done in the same way in the state of Israel. In 1990, he published Jewish Women in Time and Torah, in which he applied his thinking to upgrading the status of women in halakha and the role of women in the modern Orthodox community. With enormous candor, he showed the inferior status of women in earlier Judaism. He showed the improvements brought in by Chazal as well, and of course the continuing serious lack of respect for women's intelligence and education and trust in their ability to give witness, which continued in the tradition. In other words, instead of offering apologetics or dodging, he was willing to not only state the naked facts, which were very uncomfortable for any Orthodox Jew, he also pointed to our ability to walk in the rabbi's footsteps and upgrade women's status and roles, as he showed they had done in Talmudic times. They hadn't finished the job, but that was our responsibility to carry on. He reported, of course, he repeated in his book the depiction of the plight of the Agunot, where he had been the pioneer and a halachic giant proposing a solution as early as 1966. He also made an important suggestion, which I believe continues to be an important implication of his thinking and writing. He described some halachot as, quote, Torah tolerant, i.e., Torah accepted or lived within, they were rooted in the surrounding culture, and they were not yet able to be fully corrected. And so the Torah tolerates them as against later halachot and future halachot, which are Torah established and Torah taught. That is to say, that they in fact come closer to the standards, to the ultimate messianic standards of women's status as a Tselem Elokim. Rabbi Berkowitz passed away in 1992. One could say that his main teachings and extraordinary proposals were defeated or marginalized by the establishment and the status quo. Although in the following decades, to their great credit, the Chazoni brothers of Shalem College discovered him and made his thought available, especially in politics and in cultural issues, particularly in advancing conservative thinking, which Israel lacked due to the ingrained socialist habits and values of its founders. They did less, unfortunately, to highlight his religious and halachic thinking. I would argue that he left a legacy, nevertheless, a model of a more merciful, just, and righteous Torah, a Judaism for the ages. The dominant established form failed, of course, particularly by alienating the majority of Israelis, both secular and religious. And as a result of this, the religion has played very little or marginal effect in the dynamic unfolding of either of Israeli religion or ethics and politics. Therefore, Eliezer Berkowitz's thought awaits a new generation that will seek to bring theology together with halakha into harmony, as he sought to do that, to guide each other. One that seeks closeness to God and knows it must express this avodat Hashem in kindness, respect, and help fellow human beings. His legacy, of course, is waiting to be redeemed by a new generation that understands that Judaism is a world religion, responsible to and helpful with helpful answers for a world that is wrestling with tremendous challenges in politics, in economic equality, in environmental crisis, and in moral decision-making. Holding up and realizing Berkowitz's thought as a banner, I believe would enable Israel to be a light unto the nations in a very special way. For the sake of Torah and the Jewish future, one can only hope and work for such a renaissance of this Torah.
I'm going to ask one question, if I may.
Please.
Sorry, here we go.
I'd like to suggest that you ask questions afterwards because time's moving on and we have not heard from them.
We have a plan. Thank you very much. And we're going to have a couple of questions, then we're going to move on, and then we're going to have questions for both of you. Thank you. My question is, you spoke about his critique of what's going on in Israel, how halakha has not responded to the challenges of the time. This was written also in this book, which was written in the 70s. And my question is, would you say that today, in 2022, where there's been quite a resurgence of interesting and creative halachic thinkers who are beginning to try and address some of the more important issues and see how halakha can apply to them, do you think that he would write the same today as he did in the mid-70s?
I think the short answer, because I do want to hear Rachel myself, but I would say it's important, and an important point, that there is a groundswell or a growth of individual progressive halachic thinkers, people like Rav Shagar, who are trying to take a more understanding of a postmodernist understanding of halakha and allowing for greater flexibility and applying it. So I think that's a heartening and in some ways means that his thought will not get lost. That having been said, I think it's just objectively true. While there's been a good deal of response to the technology and medical areas, I'd say in any of the substantial political economic and so on, there's very little, I would say, not that I can see, very little influence and very little role for halacha thinking. Most people don't even think of it, even the religious members of the Knesset don't think of it as a potential source. So my answer is his vision, which was a halacha that was willing to take responsibility. But let me give a trivial case. It's not his case, and it may be wrong. I'm not sure he'd agree. But I remember in 1961 meeting, we once got a hitchhike from a person who he was an important executive in the steel industry, and his particular company made the I forget what they would call the places in which you heat up and they heat up and they melt the ore and they turn it into iron. He said to me, I said, what? He said, are you Orthodox? He said, yeah. He said, we have a slight problem. I said, what's your problem? He said, well, we do this heating and melting. He says, well, but you can't just turn on full hand blast. He said, so it takes 3 days. So Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday, we heat up and build the bricks just to the level where it can melt steel. So I said, good. So he said, yeah, but the problem is you can't just turn it down. It takes 3 days to close it down, otherwise it'll burst. So Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're going to have to, sorry. So Thursday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we have to close down. So of course, Shabbos. So we can, in other words, in effect, we can't keep Shabbos in effect if we want to have steel. So my answer is that I think that Eliezer understood that they're going to have to come up with some halachic answer. If they can't find a technological way, I hope they will, in which you can heat it up in 2 days, not in 3 days. They're going to have to come up with an understanding that steel is like pikuach nefesh. It's like the Lubavitcher Rebbe's ruling in the 60s or 70s. That if you're in a boat, you have to turn off the engine on Shabbat. Again, which was another way of saying that's great psak, but you can't have a neighbor. It's not a realistic and it's not doable. So my answer is the same way. I think the task of understanding, I didn't think of these things. This would be one example of how the halacha to take responsibility, but have to really be willing to say things and do things which are shocking to me as an Orthodox conventional Jew, but it's the difference between a private halacha and a halacha that runs system.
I've always wondered, I know that Rabbi Berkovitz lived on Rehov Shimoni, correct? In the same building when he moved to Israel as Rav Nachum Rabinovitz, who was, before he passed away, wrote quite a number of very interesting Piskei Halacha, especially around the concept of electricity and stuff like that. And I wonder if somebody's going to write a book like when Nietzsche wept or something, the conversations between Berkovitz and Rabinovitz on halacha. I wonder what kind of things they would have come up with. I
have a friend sitting in the audience who also sort of gave me this story too. This was years before it became a universal. The hotels were starting to introduce these electronic keys. He said to me, think, in another few years, no Orthodox Jew will go to hotels anymore. That year, Aguda had a very big convention, so they made an arrangement with the hotel to let him use regular keys. But my point is, I mentioned that because Nachum Rabinovitch, in fact, came up with a halachic solution. You can use the keys, but I'm saying it's a whole agenda undone. They're waiting for it as deliverance.
Right. I just want to also mention that this book and others were actually edited by David Olistan, who is sitting here in this room. So we have also a zchut not only that people who knew and are related to the rabbi, also his editor. One more question and then we'll move on.
Approach. How does he deal with this notion of
Yeridat Hadorot? How does he deal with Yeridat?
That's an interesting question. So the truth is, I don't remember ever discussing specifically the answer to that particular problem. But what he did say, and he put that in writing also, was it's not a question of the level of the door. The living door, there's nobody else but the living door. So I'm going to turn this off.
Yes.
I am technologically living in the 18th century, so I apologize to all of you. So, but the main point is that the living doesn't. It was one of my father's. I'll quote my father. His favorite quotes to me. I was to say, "Yiftach b'doro k'shmua b'doro." The Gemara says openly, Yiftach, who, again, if you look at the difference between Yiftach and Shmuel, Yiftach is a illiterate brigand pirate, and Shmuel is a Kohen and a Nazir and a Tzaddik, and presumably a great intellectual. Doesn't matter what the level of the particular standing of your door is, that's the living door. That's the one that's the only door that can, at this point, decide what's responsible. So the answer, I think, and that's what Terry Berkovitz said many times, the living generation. So the Yura Darot is irrelevant. It's the questions. It's really an excuse, to put it bluntly. It's like the statement about Gedolim. Only Gedolim can make these rulings. But as you heard from Lou this morning, and those who are here, when a Gadol like Yechiel Yaakov Weinberg endorsed Tnai, endorsed Berkovitz's idea of using Hafkara, they simply beat him up until he withdrew it. So the Gadol is defined not as a Gadol, the Gadol is defined as the guy who says what I want to hear, which is you can't do it.
As the Israelis say, Zemayesh. Which, Shakoch, okay. Our next speaker is Rachel Berkovitz, who is the granddaughter of Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz. Rachel is a senior, Rabbi Rachel Berkovitz is a senior faculty member at the Pardes Institute of Jewish Studies, just around the corner here in Yerushalayim, where she has been teaching Mishnah, Talmud, and Halacha for over 20 years. Rachel lectures widely in both Israel and abroad, especially on topics concerning women and Jewish law and a Jewish sexual ethic. She is the halachic editor and a writer for Hilchot Nashim, the Jewish Orthodox Feminist Alliance's halachic source guide series, published by Magid Books. Rachel is a founding member of Congregation Shira Chadasha, a halachic partnership synagogue, and serves on their halacha committee. In 2015, Rachel received rabbinic ordination from Rabbis Herzl Hefter and Daniel Sperber, and she is married to David, who was a chanich of mine in England.
Okay, so there's some short sheets going around. I don't know if there are enough. You might have to share. I don't actually know how to share the screen, which I needed to do. Do you see share anywhere? Maybe if I do this, you'll see it. All right. So do you think there wasn't a share screen that I saw? Oh, there it is. I got it. Got it. Okay. Hi, everyone. Welcome. I'm Rachel Berkovitz, and I can't even begin to say honored, touched, excited to see so many people who have come today and want to hear about my grandfather. I have to tell you the truth. My grandfather passed away when I was 23 years old, actually 2 weeks before I was supposed to come to Israel. And one of the main reasons, come to Israel and make Aliyah and be here, one of the main reasons I wanted to come back, I had spent some time here in Yeshiva, was to be able to talk to him and speak to him as a scholar, because I grew up knowing him as my grandfather, and hearing stories from my grandmother. I'm so happy you mentioned my grandmother, where she said she didn't really want to go out with him because he used to wear short pants and she thought it wasn't fashionable, and things like that. Like I know him from that perspective, but to know him as a scholar and a thinker only when I was just going to university and started to read his books is exactly when he passed away. So in some ways I'm in the same position as you, or maybe even less than people who actually knew him in person, that I only really got to know his philosophy through his writings and his thought process through his writings. Obviously, there's family lore, and I've talked to my father and I've talked to my uncles, but I am the granddaughter, but I'm just a student on the same level as you are. And his writings speak to me in such a powerful way. I feel like I live my life, I hope I try to live my life according to them. And so what I want to do with you today is share some of his texts on his sort of theology and philosophy of halakha and his belief system. But I hope through doing that, we'll look at some general texts, and I want to look at two like sort of test studies or case studies, his writings about conversion and his writings on the status of women. I hope through that I can show you something of what I think he was as a person, and like what he stood for, and it not just as a scholar. I think that he really tried to live his life according to this philosophy. It wasn't something that was separate from him. So that's my goal in this short time that we have together. And I love texts. So I brought you tons and tons so you can go home on Shabbat and look at them. Don't worry. I don't know if it's because I'm his granddaughter that I feel like I want to quote his words. When I teach other texts, I like have a lot to say myself, but I don't know if I'm in some ways too in awe, or I think he's such a powerful writer. It's amazing to me that English wasn't his first language. Even in Hebrew, he's a beautiful writer. But the first book he ever published was in German, and his words are so powerful. I feel like I'm going to end up quoting them a lot as opposed to just telling you about them, because I want his voice to be heard here. Because I think for me, it's such a powerful and strong voice. So what you have on this page in front of you, I also gave a short bio because I think it's interesting for people to know. I wrote his education and his rabbinic appointments and that how many books he's published. But I think without going into the detail, something about this bio, I think really speaks about who he was. As you can see, he was a person, and as you know, of the Beit Midrash and of the university, an intellect, a scholar. But on the other hand, he is not like other scholars. He was also a pulpit rabbi. And you can see in his rabbinic appointments in every country that he was in, and he was in a number of countries, he always had a pulpit. And for him, as the title of this whole conference and the main idea that I want to present to you is that Torah has to be a Torat Chaim. It has to be a living Torah. And the only way it can be a living Torah is to take the text and the values of Torah and bring them into the lives of the Jewish people. And you need to have an encounter with the Jewish people and know what their problems and challenges are to be able to do that. And when he passed away, so many people came and told the stories. Because I was supposed to come to Israel, I pushed up my trip and flew with my father, and I was luckily here for the Shiva. And so many people told stories of personal interactions they had with him, and on very challenging topics that he had to deal with for them. And people that had been referred to him to come to him because he was someone who really was open to listening to the human experience and trying to deal with the challenges that faced people in the Jewish world. So that's one of the main things I want to show you of bringing halakha to life, to make it a Torat Chaim. So you have in front of you, I first brought texts that are about sort of the meaning and function of halakha, which he wrote a whole book on. But and I tried to break it into what I thought were some of the sort of like key conceptual issues. You're going to see that even though I have topic headings, these issues are all interlaced and overlap with each other. And it was hard for me to like bring a quote that only talked about one of them, because you'll see all four of these values that I will hope I can present to you are interwoven. So the main thing that I've just described to you is that halakha for my grandfather, as he says very clearly, is a word of movement. It isn't something that's stagnant. And halakha is the interplay between Torah, its values, and that which the divine has presented to the Jewish people, and real life situations. And the bridge between the two of them is halakha. And that is what he said is in his most famous text here, that is like on page 1 of his book, Not in Heaven. This is source number 1 for you. Just make it. It is the halakha is the bridge over which the Torah moves from the written word into the living deed. It is the wisdom of Torah implementation in the daily life of the Jewish people. It renders Torah into Torat Chaim, living, teaching, and relevant law. And this to me is essential. it has to be alive, and the way it's alive is it has to be relevant. Here he mentions that it's the word to walk, it's a word of movement. If you look at the bold again, halacha is the application of Torah to life. But since there is no such thing as life in general, since it's always a certain form of life in a specific time in history, in a specific situation, Torah application means application to a specific time in a specific situation. The result of this process I call halachic Judaism. And so because Torah has to be alive, it is going to be filtered through history, and they're going to be specific cases. And those specific cases, as the next text are going to say, can't be confined into a code, right? You can't think of every single possible event that's going to happen to the Jewish people, right? So we have the halakha that's given that has basic values and tenets and example cases that are codified in the Mishnah and the Talmud, and then later on in the codes. And through those values and ideals, we're going to have to apply those to new situations. And so as you mentioned, your quote was that he used the word stukim, but he was very opposed. In source number 2, he says that Orthodoxy has become Karaites to this new Torah Shebechtav, this idea of like only doing what's written in the code is the thing that was, I think, most painful for my grandfather, right? And source number 3, he says there are no codes for specific situations. Halakha is the life of Torah that renders decisions in the concrete situation in the spirit of principles and values that are the very heart of the law. So this is essential. Torah was given to the Jewish people. In it embodies Torah values, and then those values have to be applied and into new situations. And it's using those principles and values that is halakha. That is halakha, and you can't codify that. You can codify the values, but you can't codify every single situation. And so, because there are all these new situations, obviously halakha is affected by historical time and place. That is, for him, an essential idea. At one point, I thought I wanted to give a lecture at this conference on my grandfather's idea of history. But in the end, there wasn't so many people talking about his views on conversion and his views on women, so we decided I would do this. But if you read both his Holocaust theology and his halakha, the notion of history is essential to my grandfather's thought. And the idea that the Jewish people are living out life through history, and to a certain extent that the divine, although in Holocaust theology, right, he says that God hides in history, he also says that God is present in the history of the Jewish people. And so the experience of the Jewish people through history is the encounter with the divine for him. And that understanding is essential to understanding what he has to say about history. And so if you look at source number 4, he says, I believe that we may say that halakha is the wisdom of the application of the written word of Torah to the life and history of the Jewish people. However, this wisdom and its implementation cannot be contained in any book. No written word can deal in advance with the innumerable situations, changes of circumstances, and new developments that normally occur in the history of men or human beings and nations. The internal world of the Torah required a time-related teaching in order to become effective in the life of the Jewish people. This was the tradition passed on by the living word from generation to generation, the Torah Shebaal Peh, the oral Torah, beside the Torah Shebechtav, the written Torah. So halakha plays out in history because you can't in advance know what's going to happen to the Jewish people, especially because, as you might know from his Holocaust theology, human beings' freedom and agency is history, right? That history is so that human beings can play out their own agency. And so there is freedom of choice and action through human beings. And so we don't know what's going to be in the future. And so we need some type of eternal world that is going to be able to deal with this. And so he says the word of God has to be rendered meaningful for each contemporary generation. That is the secret of its internal vitality. And number 6, through halakha, the word from Sinai has become the way of life for the Jewish people through history. And this next text that I'm going to read is probably maybe my favorite text of all his texts, although there's so many. And in it, I think what you talked about her, Rav Soloveitchik, and sort of normative orthodoxy. Normative orthodoxy is very afraid of the word change or development. We say, oh, that's the conservative movement. And why is normative orthodoxy afraid of change? Because they think it means that the Torah isn't true, the Torah isn't eternal, like Torah was given, and that's the truth. And if you want to change it, how can you change it if it's true? For my grandfather, it's the complete diametric opposite. And he says it so powerfully. I'm going to read it here in 7. If you take away one thing, to me, it's this text. The Torah is eternal because it has a word for each generation. One can find the word that has been waiting for this hour to be revealed only if one faces the challenges of each new situation in the history of the generations of Israel and attempts to deal with it in intellectual and ethical honesty. Alas, those who have the authority, they do not search for the word that was intended for this hour, for this generation. If they have the authority, they impose the word meant for yesterday, and thus miss hearing the word that the eternal vitality of the Torah was planning for today, for this generation, for this new hour in the history of the Jewish people. So for my grandfather, Torah is eternal because it can say something about every new situation. Torah is eternal because those same core values, and we sort of haven't really talked about them, but they've been mentioned if you've been going in any of these sessions of Telem Elokim, Ahavat Yisrael, all sorts of Chaim, of the value of life. Those core values are those never change. The Torah values don't change, but life changes, new situations arise, and now we need to apply those values in a different way. Depending on what the new thing is. We have a state of Israel. We might need to apply those values differently than we applied them when we were in the diaspora. Women's status has changed in history in the world. We might need to apply those values differently to the new situation. And that application, that link between the Torah values and real life, that halakha, is how the Torah stays eternal. It's how the truth of the Torah continually plays out. For my grandfather, it was very painful for him if he felt someone would say, oh, halakha has nothing to say. There's nothing to do. You can't answer that. Because that to him meant that you were saying halakha wasn't true. I remember him a little bit ranting when I don't know if you talked about this in the Sheston, I'm sorry, I wasn't there, when the New York Get Law came out. Many people were very, very excited that American law was going to help deal with the problem of get. For my grandfather, he was appalled. He said, what do you mean? That means that halakha doesn't have an answer and now we have to go to secular law? How could you say such a thing? It can't be that halakha doesn't have an answer. Because if halakha can't answer the challenges that are facing the Jewish people, it means that there's no value to halakha. It must be that halakha can say something, can relate to that. And so this idea that halakha has to speak to the needs of the Jewish people is essential, and that it plays out through time is essential. That being said, that this sort of interplay between the lives of the Jewish people and the Torah values is the divine partnership that happens in revealing Torah between human beings and Torah itself. And on source number 8, he says, Judaism commits the Jew to the ever-enduring vital partnership with God. The result is Torat Chaim, a living Torah. And in 9, he says, he's quoting Gemara in Gittin, God concluded his covenant with Israel only on account of the oral tradition. A covenant is a relationship of mutuality. And he says, only in the halakha is the covenant as mutuality of relationship fully present. So this is what I understand him to be saying. The Jewish people and the divine have made a covenant on Sinai. And that partnership forces one to be active. It's not a passive partnership. The divine gave those Torah values, revealed to Torah to the world. And now the way that human beings play out their role in partnership is to apply those values to real life situation as the Jewish people are living through it in history. And that leads us to what he thought the role of the posek was, what he thought the role of the posek was, and in general, and therefore I think we understand something about himself. He says the following. I'm on source 10. First, one has to interpret the teaching and its meaning for the searching, questioning, doubting contemporary Jew. This has to be done from classical sources of Judaism and its halakha. The text requires Talmudic scholars of a high order. but scholarship is not enough. The scholar has to be familiar with the spirit of the times, understanding its intellectual and emotional preoccupations. Only thus may he or she be able to meet the challenge of each new day significantly. Secondly, one has to restore halakha to its original function. In struggling with the problems of the day, halakha must once again reveal itself to be the wisdom of the feasible, giving priority to the ethical. This requires that halakhic teachers accept personal responsibility for the decisions as demanded in the Talmud itself. And then he goes on to quote the text that Rav Yitz responded to you, that the Dayan has to see it with his own eyes. Like that's all he has, is the eyes that he sees. So you see here, and I think I didn't even mention it in number 7, the intellectual and ethical honesty, giving priority to what's feasible and what is ethical, right? This is essential to him. The posek has the teachings, has to know it, has to be imbued with the values, but then has to also understand what he believes to be ethical, what he believes to be feasible, and has to know what's going on for the contemporary Jew. If you see, this is also a great line, right? There's no halakha of the ivory tower, source 11. The attitude to human need is decisive. Without understanding, without sympathy and compassion, one cannot be an authentic halachicist, right? One needs to understand human need. You have to have compassion and understanding. If you don't understand what the problem is, then you don't know how to apply halakha. And in source number 12, the halachicist recognizes the will of God as expressed in the Torah. And then it says, but in the mutuality of the covenant, the responsibility has fallen to him to take upon himself the risk of determining, in light of the totality of Torah teaching and Torah living, the manner in which the will of the other party, meaning the divine, to the covenant is to be realized in a specific situation. And he's very clear that there's a big responsibility on the side of the posek and a big risk. You don't know if what you're doing is right, but you still have the responsibility to try to meet this new challenge and try to give an answer to the Jewish people. And for him, he says, that's the share in the covenant. I'm skipping to the next bullet. This is our share in the covenant. Loyalty to the Torah, to the divine partner, to the covenant, demands that we accept the responsibility, notwithstanding the risk involved in the subjective aspect of our participation. Only thus may the generality and abstractness of the written Torah be transformed into Torat Chaim, its realization in whatever situation Jews may find themselves in the course of history. Right? It's a big responsibility. People have to step up. And I think this is why, like, you talked about him being unique and willing to state his own mind. I think he just thought this was his responsibility as a partner in the covenant with the divine. He can't shirk that responsibility. He has to stand up for what he believes to be how halakha should function. And he talks about it, and he said, right, in this generation, we've been called upon, he talks about another bat call, to accept the responsibility to make use of whatever is still left of the oral Torah in its textual solidification. And he wants it to bring back the original source and strength of the halakha, to restore its original vitality and dignity, for the sake of which God concluded this covenant of mutuality with Israel, right? And he says, it's not that we need less study of Torah, but what is needed is not less dedication to halakha, but more faith in halakha. Where there is greater faith, greater boldness is justified. And this is something I really feel about my grandfather, that he believed with his whole heart in Torah and in Torah min hashamayim, that the Torah is divine, and that he had a responsibility to the divine to act. And the use of the word faith, I think, is essential for him, of understanding how he saw HaKadosh Baruch Hu within history. In this last text, and then I will look at some of the specific cases, he says, but again, one might ask, have all the explanations of what is impossible within the law already been given? One does not ask these questions because the Torah has become a burden and one wishes to break away from it. One asks because one believes in the internal vitality of the divine revelation, because one is committed with one's whole existence to the proposition that the teaching is Torat Chaim, a way of life for the Jew. And I think this pushing things to limit, saying, is there another solution? Can we say things? What can we do? Is he felt was his responsibility because he believed in the eternal vitality and truth of Torah throughout history. Okay, I hope that my grandfather wrote many books on this. I tried to condense it to what I saw that was the key issues. Halacha is taking the written word and applying it to the relevant real life situations of the Jewish people throughout history. There are no codes for those situations. We only have values and principles. And because of the partnership between human beings and the divine, it's the posek's responsibility to act and be courageous. And to do that, the posek needs to know the sources, needs to know what the spirit of the times is, needs to be able to see what the challenges are for the Jewish people, must apply the values of things that are ethical, honest, and feasible, and then take that responsibility and act. And so I want to show two small cases in my 15 to 20 minutes I have left. I want to quickly look at two major cases, but where I felt like this played out in real life, that is an example of what my grandfather did. In his books, he shows that all these values that I just told you, he learns from Chazal themselves. He learns from the rabbis themselves. And he has no problem, and this may seem radical to you, like saying, well, Hillel did something, or Rabbi Yochanan did something, and that is a model for how I should act, right? He uses, where did Hillel come up with the idea of Prusbul and Shemitah? It came from his own Torah-imbued consciousness. How did Rabbi Yochanan do away with Mamzerim when he had the list and he knew that many of the people were great people in his community? That was what was reasonable and feasible for his situation. And he uses those as models for himself. He doesn't see like, oh, those are the Gedolim and I can't be like that. I, meaning the posek of this times. He says, no, that is an example of how the posek should act. Okay, the first test case is the case of conversion and the unity of the Jewish people. And I brought to you here, if you want to look more in depth, he wrote 1, 2, 3, 4, at least 5 different things having to do with conversion. And both of these cases of women and conversion, I think, really delineate for me what he understands to be a halachic problem. A halachic problem is for him when there are two conflicting Torah values that are at odds with one another. And what do I then do? So look at number 15. He says, how to convert to Judaism is not a halachic problem. It's all stated clearly in the Shulchan Aruch. The problem is that in this case, the prescribed laws on conversion are in conflict with another important principle of Judaism, that of preserving the unity of Israel, the idea of Knesset Yisrael, through the obligation of Ahavat Yisrael, the love of the people of Israel. Only when we understand this have we raised the halachic question. For indeed, such is the classic halachic problem, that the strict adherence to one law is in conflict with the strict adherence to another obligatory principle in Judaism. So what he's talking about is the fact that Orthodox Judaism has certain ideas about how one should convert the people who are interested in joining the Jewish people, and the other denominations are not observing those laws in the same way that Orthodoxy chooses to. And if we don't find a way to be all on the same page about who is a Jew, there's going to be a massive schism in Klal Yisrael, which unfortunately I think we're reaching that state now. But and so this is what he's writing about. But for him, the halachic problem is I have the halacha about conversion, and I have a meta-halachic principle about the value of the Jewish people and about love of the Jewish people. And those two things, I need to find a way to deal with them. And that for him is the ultimate halachic problem. And here you see how he talks, he says, if you look to the next bold, for Judaism, according to the Torah, what should be our attitude to the vast number of fellow Jews who do not observe the laws of conversion as we do? Where then will he find the answer to his question in a book? In which code? In no book, in no code. He must make the decision by himself in his own Jewish conscience. But how so? He will accept the authoritative validity of the law on conversion, and at the same time, he will acknowledge the importance of the unity and love of Israel. He will then seek resolution of the conflict from within the comprehensive ethos of Judaism, from what Judaism is about in its totality, according to his understanding and commitments. And so he describes exactly what he wants to do. He wants to, on his own, he's going to try to come up with a solution to this problem that's somehow going to balance these two values. Because I promise that I'm not going to go over my time, I'm not going to be able to read through all of this with you. You have it on your own. But what I wanted to say is his idea is to, first of all, approach the other denominations and say, we have a problem. We need to work together. And his suggestion is to say, like, what's your b'diavad position? What's your like kind of secondary position? And then he presents a b'diavad, a secondary position within halakha. The main issue for him is the question of accepting mitzvot, that the convert is supposed to have kabbalat mitzvot. And that's the challenge. Or normative orthodoxy means everything. And obviously the other denominations aren't doing that. He shows texts, I didn't even bring those texts here for you, to say like throughout the sources, that's not necessarily the case. There have to be core ideals. You have to reject your other God. You have to accept the God of Israel. You have to align your lot with the Jewish people. And you have to have some type of concept of accepting mitzvot, which he defines in Denver in the late 70s, early 80s. For 6 years, there was a joint conversion committee of all the different denominational rabbis in Denver. He has a proposal, an unpublished proposal of how this committee should work. My understanding is that committee converted 750 Jews, where the different denominations were working together. And in it, he outlines like what is a minimal acceptance. You have to join a shul, you have to fast on Yom Kippur, you have to say something about kashrut, but you leave it vague. And it's clear that he thinks that once someone joins the Jewish people, maybe there'll be more mitzvah observance. It will play out through time. But the suggestions that he makes are based on halakha, and he's willing to go to his sort of compromised position, right? The ideal might be something perfect because he has this other ideal. And he then says to the conservative reform rabbis, like, what's your compromise position? Where are you going to budge to come to meet us so that we can get to a place where everyone is converting Jews that all denominations will accept, which to me is quite radical, and people aren't doing this today. And in source number, the quote that our esteemed Yoshev Rosh quoted for us in the beginning, I bring to you in source number 18. But what is very, very interesting is he is very clear that he has interpretations and the other groups have interpretations. And although he believes his interpretations are correct, that they too might believe that their interpretations are correct. The way that he speaks about the other denominations is one of respect. He talks about, there's the question, how can we have non-Orthodox rabbis sit on a Beit Din? Right, the Orthodoxy might think that they are apostates and that they are rebelling against the Torah, and he clearly says, "You don't understand. They have Yirat Shamayim. They think that they are doing something that's good for the Jewish people, and they might be doing something that is good for the Jewish people." And we, from an Orthodox perspective, this might seem offensive for those of the other denomination, have to think of them as toim, as mistaken. He uses this term because in the Choshen Mishpat, in the Shulchan Aruch, the question of who can give testimony, who can sit on a Beit Din, is that if you transgress something out of a mistake, you're still eligible to do that. Whereas if you do it on purpose and you're mumar lahachis or mumar latevon, you can't do it. And so he needs to find a legal rubric in which he can accept that possibly these other denominations can sit on the Beit Din. And so he uses his halachic strategies plus his desire to work with other people and willingness to acknowledge that they actually might be also working for the same overarching principle of Yirat Shamayim. That was a quick summary of some of the things on conversion. I really urge you to minimally read what's on this page because it's quite incredible, and maximally look up some of the articles that I mentioned. If you turn to source 21, this is in the unpublished work. In his conclusion, this is the last sentence that he wrote. He wrote in the bold, after a great deal of heart searching and to the best of my knowledge, I've stated what I consider to be halachically possible and necessary, and what thus becomes in an inescapable halachic responsibility. To me, that I think sums it up. He spoke and he did because he believed he could not escape this responsibility. For him, this is a halachic problem facing the Jewish people. There has to be an answer, and he has to act and say what he thinks we should do. And even if he writes earlier that he knows that many people aren't going to listen, But the fact that no one's going to listen doesn't mean he can't state it. He has to state it because that's his responsibility to the divine and to the covenant. A similar, yeah. I don't know the answer to that. I don't, maybe we should publish it now. Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. We'll talk with the family about that. It's quite well, I'll show you, it's quite well thought out and lays down all different ideas. Okay. The second case is women, which of course I'm now going to talk about in 7 minutes. No problem. But luckily, this book has just been republished, Jewish Women in Time and Torah, which was the last book my grandfather wrote with a foreword by myself, and it's being sold here on sale. So it just came out a few days ago. So you can see more. But I also put for you the writings of my grandfather on women, which are even more than on conversion. And you see just from the dates that this was something constantly percolating in his mind till it culminated, and this is the last book he published before his death, an entire book on the topic. And I write this in the foreword that at some point I thought, like, why is my grandfather writing on this topic? He actually only had 3 sons. He's not like a young woman like myself struggling with what's her place is. Like, what motivated him to do this? Not like he needs to like make his name out and write on the hot topic of the time. But I really think that this is a prime example of the playing out of life of what he thought this Torat Chaim was. For him, he saw that the status of women was one of the problems facing the Jewish people today, and therefore he had to act. He had to say something about it. It couldn't be left. Okay, there's so many things I want to read to you on this one, but I'm going to do it quick because it's so good. This is from Crisis and Faith. So written in 76. So the focus that he has is on Talmud Torah, women in study of Torah. And obviously, thank God that's changed. But the words are relevant still today on about everything else. He says, in addition to the legal status of the woman, a new concern that agitates many of us today is the religious status of the woman in the daily life of the Jewish community. This is truly a contemporary problem resulting from radically changed intellectual, social, and economic conditions. The concern deals with what should be the place of the contemporary Torah observant woman who adheres to the rules of halakha in the religious life of the community. And so many women have education, right? Is it conceivable that they should continue to be excluded from any serious study of Torah and Talmud and of the other disciplines in the study of Judaism as they were in the past? What is bound to be the quality of Jewish life in the homes and communities if intelligent, mentally alert women, otherwise fully involved in the moral, political, social, and economic issues of the day, should be, as a matter of religious principle, relegated to the status of ignoramus within the realm where they ought to have their spiritual and religious roots, the realm of Judaism? What is the Jewish woman of today, who is intellectually, socially, and often professionally too, is indeed the equal of her husband, she has one, to remain only a passive participant in the daily religious life of the community, often only as a spectator to Judaism, which apparently is essentially a male concern and responsibility? So he asked this question, and then the next part to me is just so powerful. Once again, we have reached a juncture at which the comprehensive ethos, I'm on 22, ethos of the Torah is itself strains against its formulation in specific laws. It is, however, the very essence of the halakha to be responsive to such a strain, and by its resolution to bring about an even richer realization of the Torah itself. Not only is the status of the Jewish women at stake, but the status of Judaism itself. For if in its application, it could not do full justice to the Jewish woman in her present state, as she is longing for participation in the drama of Jewish realization in accordance with her capacity and spiritual need, its form of such application becomes itself highly questionable. Those who understand the true nature and function of halakha and are committed to halakhic Judaism cannot accept such a suggestion. With unreserved openness to the sensitivity of the genuineness of the problem, with faith in the vitality of the halakha, with humility and yet with intellectual courage, the necessary halakhic work will be accomplished that will define the status of woman anew, justly, and meaningfully. To me, it's so powerful, right? It's not just about the woman. He's not writing about it. He cares about women, but it's not because he's writing about it because it's about halakha. If halakha can't say anything, then halakha isn't eternal. Then Torah is not meaningful. Torah doesn't have a word for the contemporary problems that are facing us today. And therefore halakha must say something. I'm saying 2 more. I have 3 minutes. He wrote an article in Hebrew that's well worth reading. I brought the translation is mine if there's any need, but he as was stated here, he's very honest. I think the time has come to admit the truth and to confess that in the legal halachic area, as well as in the communal sociological area, there's a severe inequality to the detriment of women, right? He doesn't play games. He doesn't do apologetics. He says, look at what the texts say. There's a problem here. He brings an amazing midrash from the time period of the Tanaim that is well worth reading, that is predicated on the daughters of Slavchad bringing their challenge to Moshe because they believe that the divine who creates all human beings must have compassion, and that discrimination and misogyny is only a human attribute. And after he brings that, he says at the bottom of this page, in bottom 23, he says, because I believe in God, right, HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and because I believe that God is merciful, right, because God has commands on all of God's creation, for this reason, all discrimination is forbidden to me. I'm obligated to cleave to the divine's ways. And so those are the types of values that he has that are never changing, that he must be applied. You should definitely read the letter to the editor about women's prayer groups because it's really harsh. But I wanna possibly, I think, end with source number 26. This is a letter in the private correspondence between him and his Rebbe, the Sri Deish, Rebbe Yechiel Yaakov Weinberg, that he was writing when there was the controversy about the book on Agunot being published. And this is what he wrote. I'm going to read it in Hebrew because it's so powerful, and I'll translate. He says, Ani ma'amin be'emunah shlema sheyesh pitaron mipnei shani ma'amin. I believe with my whole heart that there's a solution to the Agunot problem because I believe. מפני שאני מאמין באלוהי ישראל ובתורתו, אני מאמין גם כן בכוחו האיתן והנצחי של ההלכה לפתור את הבעיות העוברות את חיי עם ישראל. Because I believe in God as the God of Israel and in God's Torah. And I also believe in the strength and eternal power of the halakha to solve the problems that occur in the lives of Am Yisrael. So there has to be a solution. Because of my belief in God and because of my belief in the eternal nature of Torah. I brought you a few examples of sort of that time-related issue of statements he made about the study of Torah, on Kol Isha, on Tefillah, but it's well worth reading this book. And once again, on the last lines of the book, he laments, unfortunately, that orthodoxy isn't there, and that we don't, right? Once again, this is now in 1990 when I opened with 76, right? That the problem we are discussing is not limited to the subject of the status of women in Judaism. It's a problem that involves the entire area of present-day religious faith. The so-called drift to the right is a drift towards naive, unquestioning spirituality. In essence, a drift away from authentic halakha. And he urges that there should be more Talmidei Chachamim who are seriously concerned and troubled by the inadequate regard for the problems of contemporary Jewish religious life, whose sense of rabbinical responsibility will give them courage to speak out, and who, at least in the area of their influence, will introduce halakhic changes that are required in recognition of the human dignity of the Jewish women of today. Perhaps this will lead to a gradual halakhic renewal that will ultimately reestablish Judaism as Torah Chaim, a Torah of life. And so, I hope that I gave you a sense also of who he was as a person. To me, he was someone who had complete faith and belief in the Brit, in the covenant with the divine, which forced him to take responsibility and to act and to speak out on these issues, and complete and utter faith in the internal truth of the Torah that has to have meaning for each generation and has to be filtered through an ethical and moral lens. And those two values caused him to speak out on issues that I think, unfortunately, are still challenging the Jewish world today. And I sort of think to what future problems of the Jewish people would we need this type of thought to try to solve. So I encourage you to continue to read the teachings of my grandfather. I don't know if you saw, but Sefaria has put a lot of texts online, articles and texts there. You can see the QR code on the pages. So not only can you buy books, and hopefully this is going on, Sefaria, But I hope you'll spread the word to revive his voice in the modern day. Sure.
Thank you. Wow, that was a roller coaster of sources. Brilliant.
I'm sorry.
No, it was wonderful. I felt that it immersed us in his, as you wanted, which was to hear his voice through his words, and it was really quite wonderful. So we actually do have, I'd like, if possible, to start off with questions which are specifically to what you just heard, and then maybe we can open up for a couple of minutes also to general questions, which I can ask both speakers to respond to. Yes.
I have a question. First question about the end. You wrote an article many years ago called, if I'm not mistaken, something like two rules of Russell they should open things go through. So my question is, do you see any doors that Rabbi Eli Leibovitz has opened that didn't necessarily walk through that 30 years down the line? We can say, well, were these doors that he opened that perhaps wasn't or courageous enough, or the world hadn't progressed enough, or Halakha hadn't progressed enough for him to walk through? That's one question. And the second question is to Rachel. Firstly, it's a to hear from his granddaughter. I really feel privileged because I've read him so many years, and to have someone that knew him so well, both on a family level and also obviously his writing. I always perceive him to be kind of the forefather of covenantal theology, Jewish covenantal theology, obviously he's influenced by Christian covenantal theology all around the time. Specifically, well, I read my doctorate and I see a lot of Rabbi Eli Leibovitz, which is himself obviously theologian. But the thing that I see, which I find super interesting, is the two courses before. He's started by Yotam Duncan Kohay Kahan Kishan Alafa, and also earlier on when he writes the more faith in halakha. So I think it would be very easy to swap those words with more faith in man, right? Meaning he doesn't have faith in halakha. From the way I read it, he has faith in man's agency as a covenantal partner to apply halakha in the right way today for the right for our generation. So I'm just asking whether you think or you feel maybe, I don't know, if he was still trying to build a side of conservatism with the small c, right? In terms of his attention as a covenantal, an early covenant thinker, of not putting too much emphasis on human agency because of social situation, orthodox situation at the time, whether even though maybe he wanted to hand more agency to the Jews, he was just a little bit nervous about that voice being heard within orthodoxy. And whether today, and again, it kind of links into the questions from our kids, whether today he might have worded those things differently or perhaps been a bit more bold about the role of human agency in the halakhic process.
Can I go first? Obviously, I can't know what he would have thought, right? There's so many things where I wish I knew what he would have thought. And I have to admit to you, I'm a halakhicist. I'm not a theologian, so I don't know that much about Christian covenantal theology. But what I heard you say that to me I would tweak slightly differently is that you want to supplement halakha, to sub in man. But I don't. That's not what I hear him saying. You said apply halakha, and then human beings apply it. To me, what I heard him saying is halakha is that in between part. There's Torah, which is Torah values. That's not halakha. This is Torah and its values. Halakha is that bridge that from the first way, is that human application to the real life situation. That's halakha. And so it is through human agency as the mutual responsible part of the covenant. But it isn't that halakha exists and then man acts. Man's action is halakha, which I don't know if that helps you with the covenant or not helps you with the covenant, but that to me is different. And I think he's very clear about the human agency. I brought you only a small part of him talking about what the halakha has to do, and what the posek has to do. But he talks about it in numerous places, and it's clear that it's a human being acting. But it's the human being applying Torah values to real life situation that is the revelation of Torah of halakha in this world. So it's human agency and acting as a covenant that creates halakha, or I don't know if creates it, is the Torah Chaim of halakha. I don't know if that helps you or not. No, to me, I think it's the faith in halakha. That I don't know, belief that this is what the divine wants me to do, that I'm acting out what the divine wants me to do. It's risky. I don't know if I'm doing it right. I have to have a lot of courage because I could do it wrong. But a belief that this is what Torah is supposed to be. I think that those are his words, and he talks a lot about. I don't know if I brought all the things, but it's an interesting thing about belief and faith. He mentions it in a number of different places.
I'd say how to say this nicely too. I think that one of his great strengths was that opening doors and not walking through them, is that he had this inner gyroscope and this described from a sense of this is what God wants him to do, and this is his responsibility under the. So I don't see many places where he opened the door and didn't walk through. I think that was his strength. Walk through. The problem there is that not enough people walk through with him. I think, as I said in my presentation too, the fact that this became the minority position in Orthodox, I think, is a tragedy for the Torah, for the Orthodoxy, and for the Jewish people. Soloveitchik, again, and I say this with great diffidence because I feel he influenced me and shaped me more than anybody else. So I don't want to sound ungrateful here, but he's a great man, but he had this real weakness. He had the strength. I think he was afraid in part because he was the only one in this world who went to so halachic change. He was afraid to go too far because he was afraid himself that he's going too far from where he started, or because his world would spit him out. He still saw himself as very much judged by the standards of the world of the yeshiva that he came from. So that was one factor. The other factor was he just didn't have much stomach to take the pressure. He gave in pretty quickly. And it was his great strength, just the opposite. Humans could not torture him into doing what he didn't want to do because I think it's because he felt he's with God, and like God in hell in his description of Holocaust religious life, he's with God, and he was therefore not impressionable or pressurable by social convention. And again, I said it gently. I think there was a lot of retaliation against him. In Chicago at the end, he felt very both embattled and mistreated to some extent. But
Thank you. Yes.
One of the things that those of us who were with him in Chicago for a long time heard him say frequently regarding the halakha needed for Israel is that you can't build a state on the basis of Goy Shel Shabbat. And that is a very powerful concept.
Is that a question?
Just shut up. Jan has the opportunity of learning with him and living in a kehillah, in a community in which he was. So it's special to hear that
Building
that
the
voice.
shul with him and seeing how he wanted a shul to be built. This was unique to Chicago, to Skokie. And we learned a great deal. It's a privilege.
I wonder if he got that strength, and you ever talked about this, and you mentioned the word covenant, it just makes me connect with Parashat, where there is a change. If you got the example from God himself. Like it's next week's parsha, it says, Milvad Habrit Shekarat B'Sinai. Okay, we're having another covenant here now. This is 38 years later. And this is a covenant aside from the one we did at Mount Sinai. Because now we're coming into Eretz Israel. Now we're responding to the time. And did he ever talk about getting like using that right from the Torah itself?
I can't remember about that. Off the top of my head, every single thing that he wrote over. I brought you like the excerpts where, he's speaking his own voice, but all of his writings are filled with citations of sources. So it could be that text is, for me, what I quoted here that I paid attention with is more the Gemara that talks that the covenant for him is the covenant of Torah Shema Peh. That the covenant at Sinai was a covenant about the oral law. And that's based on a Gemara in Gittin. So I can't answer that question. It's an interesting thought.
Did you think it was close to 428, and ever since then everybody had the authority to pass it on their own?
The other one, first of all, as a Jew, I like to use the language renewed covenant rather than new covenant. And I think that's what it is. It's renewed continuously. I think he felt the same way. It's not the same covenant, but it's renewed. And it's articulated and applied in different times at different times. In my last more recent period, I sort of try to articulate a little more as stage. So it's not just renewal, it's a kind of a significant further stage. But either way, I think the language of renewal, continuous renewal is the key.
Thank you very much for the two presentations. You know that Rabbi Berkowitz was a critic of non-Orthodox Judaism. And yet, many of the things that we heard this morning about his understanding of halakha, living halakha, contemporary halakha, non-frozen halakha, and adaptive halakha, is exactly the kind of thing that classical conservative rabbis say. So, could you help us? How do we distinguish him from the conservative halakhas? That was an accusation that many people threw at him, that he really wasn't Orthodox, that he was really conservative with a large C. So what's the distinction there?
I'm happy to go. Do you want to go? I don't want. I would say two things, I think. One is, and I don't mean to misrepresent conservative Judaism here, but I think conservative Judaism thinks that halakha and Torah changes because our values change. And modern times, new things happen. Whereas I think the difference is my grandfather thinks the Torah values don't change. They were always there from the beginning. Here, some other values might have been tolerated, but the core values of human beings created in the image of the divine, that God is compassionate, therefore I can't discriminate, the value of life, all those sort of meta, the value of Avodat Israel, those meta values have never changed. It's just applying those values to new situations creates a new revelation of Torah. It's not that the modern day values now tell me Torah should change. And it's a nuanced difference that is essentially important. Second of all, I think a difference, and I don't know if this will speak to you, it's just he wasn't a conservative Jew. He was a person who identified with the tradition of the rabbis, has incredible Yirat Shamayim. Not that there are many conservative Jews who have Yirat Shamayim too, as he said. A commitment to the divine, a commitment to Torah, a commitment to mitzvot, and that's who he was. For him, I don't think the categories are relevant. The category, yes, he's not Orthodox. He says he's not Orthodox because Orthodoxy for him means halakha in a straitjacket. He's a halakhic Jew, a God-fearing Jew, a God-believing Jew, and that's who he was. He wasn't into these denominations. That sort of answered your question. I don't know.
I think that's a good answer. I know that's number one. He grew up as an Orthodox Jew. He was an Orthodox rabbi in a traditional, conventional situation. And he had a great talent. That was one of his main. He was a terrific polemicist. His critique of Heschel still remains I think was wrong, but it doesn't matter. It was one of the best, most biting critiques written of Heschel ever. And he wrote, as an Orthodox rabbi, he wrote some very sharp critiques of Reform and conservative Judaism, which are, again, they're true. You know, I confess I didn't write in those in the 50s in my sermon. I also, you know, there are a lot of good points you could score. They made a lot of mistakes. And the main truth that he said, unfortunately, is coming truly was out, which is he said that it's a dilution factor. It's not just change and improvement or correction ethical. It's a dilution factor which he predicted would lead to bad outcomes, and that's what we're seeing now. So that combination, I once told him half jokingly, I'm glad, I'm envious of him that he wrote those critiques, because as a result, I mentioned this article in Tradition, which was published in '65, which was very critical of Orthodoxy. And I'm convinced that one of the main reasons they published it is because he had a reputation. He had already critiqued constructionists, and he had already critiqued Heschel and so on. So they felt he's kosher enough Orthodox so we can tolerate this. Whereas in my case, I didn't have enough attacks on Reform, and so they were much less solid. The other point is to make the comparison. Again, I think the passages in Conversion show how much he grew out of the encounter with conservative Reform rabbis in Canada. In other words, the passages on Conversion really show enormous respect for their Shemayim, respect for their desire to be part of the solution of the Jewish people and so on. And again, it shows his growth and his ability. It's another thing I loved and admired about him. He never stopped growing. He never stopped learning. He was open to learning from other people. He was strong in his positions, but he certainly was prepared to correct and to modify and to influence. So that was a great strength. But I'd say at the end, one of the fundamental differences between us is that I became a pluralist, and he did. So part of the critique of the conservative Reform is because he was not a pluralist. He felt that he was the key to the solution, the key audience that he wants to shape and influence. So he didn't become a pluralist, but he did develop an enormous respect and ability and a desire to incorporate them constructively, appreciation for what he did. So I admire that side of it also.
Well, out of respect for the next session, which is going to start at 4, some of you I know need to have some kind of break, drink and otherwise things. So I think we have to cease all the questions now, even though I'm sure there's a lot of them, and I apologize for that. I'd like to thank both of our esteemed speakers for a fantastic and instructive, in-depth understanding of the halachic approach of Rabbi Berkovits. It was a pleasure for me to share this.
So welcome to our afternoon panel. Thank you very much for joining us. Unfortunately, Menachem Kellner can't be with us in person today. So as you can see, I will move in a minute. He's going to be talking to us on the Zoom. So I want to open with a quotation from Berkovits, which connects the idea of the existence of God to the themes that both of our speakers are going to deal with. Okay, and Menachem is going to talk about Berkovitz's treatment of Yehuda Halevi versus Rambam, Maimonides, and Tanya's going to speak to us about his post-Holocaust theology. And this quotation is meant to bring together those two aspects, which might at first glance seem like two very different papers, taken from Essential Essays on Judaism. On its own, the proposition that God exists, even if proved, need not lead to religion. In other words, even if you can prove that God exists, why does this mean that religion exists or should exist? Religion maintains not only that God exists, but that he is also concerned about man and the world. Okay, so he's saying there's an extra and really another two steps that need to be taken beyond existence of God and existence of religion in a way, which is the involvement of God supposedly in the life of humanity. And this is going to be a theme, really, a question that both of our speakers are going to deal with. Okay, so I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Tanya White, senior lecturer at Matan. Her doctorate in Jewish philosophy focused on the relationship between the post-Holocaust theology and postmodern thought in the writing of Rav Yitzhak Greenberg, with a thorough engagement of Holocaust theology of Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz. And the title of her talk is Berkovitz's Position in Faith After the Holocaust as a Response to Rubinstein's Death of God theology.
Thank you, Miriam. Wonderful to be here. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to get to the previous lectures, except the last one. When I gave in this topic, I didn't realize that I had a parallel Hebrew lecture being given on the same topic by my tutor, my supervisor, Professor Ben Pazzi. And when he called me and he said to me, I see that we're speaking about the same thing. Only then did the penny drop that our many years of dialogue and probably most definitely his influence upon me created that title, which I then gave to the conference. So I apologize for people who may have heard Professor Hanoch already give some of these ideas over. We did speak before and tried to establish a way that we wouldn't cross over too much. But apologies if there is some crossover. Oh, no one was there. Okay, great, fine. So what I want to argue in this presentation is, well, first and foremost, let me take one step back. I think the first thing I read on Eliezer Berkovitz was when I was in my teenage years, probably about 19 or 20, I think. I read I didn't read his Holocaust theology. I'm almost certain it was Lo B'Shamayim, his book on Not in Heaven. And I remember one of the specific sentences that he wrote in the book had a massive impact on me. He wrote about the idea of, maybe we can silence the, do that. He wrote about the idea of, I don't know. He wrote about the idea of exile Judaism, straitjacketing halakha. And Holocaust theology, the first thing, and without even necessarily knowing that it's Eliezer Berkovitz, they'll talk to you about the idea, don't ask where was man, ask where was God. And some people don't even know that this is aligned to Eliezer Berkovitz's thinking. And this is, in some senses, I believe that his Holocaust theology has become the go-to theology for the Holocaust in modern Orthodoxy. And without us, perhaps maybe without even the layperson realizing, it's very, very, very revolutionary. Because what he did was to shift or create a paradigm shift away from the classic divine retribution paradigm. The classic divine retribution paradigm, which had been the dominating paradigm for many, many years. Not the sole paradigm, because there's many others within our literature, within the Jewish literature and tradition, but definitely the one that dominated over centuries, especially centuries in exile, was the idea that we are all being punished for our sins, or our suffering as some kind of divine retribution. And what Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz does is to create some kind of paradigm shift. He creates a way in which a prism through which we can see suffering, and especially suffering, that doesn't have to sit within the classic sin and punishment matrix. And what I want to do today is to specifically assess and analyze his thinking by dividing it into three different parts. I want to look, and I want us to understand that Eliezer Berkovitz on the heels of Richard Rubinstein. Richard Rubinstein was also a philosopher, theologian, and he was somebody who came along and spoke about the idea of the death of God after the Holocaust. He said we can no longer hold on to the theistic conception of God. We can no longer believe that this all supreme being, omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, whatever you want to call it, that such a God exists anymore. And he comes to the hills of this. We're going to talk about it in a second, after an encounter with Dean Gruber, with a Christian pastor. And he says, I can't believe in such a God anymore. And he rejects all out the God of history, the God of the Jewish people. And what Richard Rubin does is he opens the floodgates. He opens the floodgates for a whole plethora of Holocaust theologians, one of which was Eliezer Berkovitz. So in some ways, I see Eliezer Berkovitz as a response to Richard Rubinstein, even though he never actually names him in his thinking. So in the first part, we present Richard Rubinstein's thinking, just so that we understand what we're grappling with. I want to present a polemic against Rubinstein and Berkovitz's thought, how I see Berkovitz's thought as a polemic in a way against Richard Rubinstein, even though, again, he never names him by name. And in the third part, I want to outline Eliezer Berkovitz's response and ask the question of how novel it was, whether he is still kind of, I'm going to use his own terminology, okay? Is he still, to a degree, straitjacketed by the old paradigm of divine retribution, or even by the kind of Orthodox world in which he found himself? Or is he really presenting us something very, very novel and something very kind of that breaks the boundary? So I want to begin with a definite way of turning off the sound. Just try to think. Is it just me that's annoying, or is it everybody? On the Zoom. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, mute all participants. There, look, we've done it. Okay, now I go back to my presentation, which is here. Everyone got it? Yeah. Okay, so I want to begin with Richard Rubinstein. So Richard Rubinstein wrote a book called After Auschwitz in 1966. Until he wrote, very, very few people has written on the Holocaust. There was the ultra-Orthodox responsa, which wasn't within the category of academia and definitely wasn't termed or wasn't known as Holocaust theology in any way whatsoever. It's still very important, deserves a place. Many people have written about the place that it holds. But for the minute, I want to just leave that to the side. In 1956, we have Kol Dodi Dofek of Rav Soloveitchik, which again definitely grapples with the Holocaust, definitely grapples with the idea of suffering and evil, but it isn't an exclusive Holocaust theology. He's using, or he's looking, he definitely talks about the Holocaust, but he's looking at it in a more generic way. The first person within the modern Orthodox world to really grapple with Holocaust theology is Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz. And in my mind, what all him and Emil Fackenheim and Rav Yitz Greenberg and many other people who grappled with Holocaust theology came on the heels of Richard Rubenstein. Richard Rubenstein, for all of the many criticisms that have been lobbied against him, for all those criticisms, one thing we have to say is that he, in a sense, created a language, right? A theological language with which to talk about the Holocaust, which until that moment had been silence. They really have been silence, specifically within the philosophical, academic, theological world. And so in a sense, we have to thank him for that. Because of his response, he accrued the language that allowed the floodgates to open for other people to respond, and a vocabulary as well. So what he argues is, he takes the classic concept of theodicy. Theodicy is explaining or justifying God. And in the classic theodicy, what we have is, God is all good, all powerful, all knowing, etc., and evil exists. And then there's a contradiction, right? There's a dissonance, a cognitive dissonance that's created because on the one hand, we're experiencing evil. And on the other hand, we know that God is meant to be all powerful, all good, etc. So how can it be that these two things coexist? And obviously, there's many ways to try and understand that. One would be to explain or to justify evil, and one would be to explain or justify God. And what Richard Rubenstein does is he shatters the concept of God. He takes away the principle of the all-powerful, all-knowing, all good God, and he says the only way I can manage the dissonance is to get rid of one of the principles. And the principle that he gets rid of, and here he adopts the language of radical theologians that were writing at the time, but who were preceded by Friedrich Nietzsche, he adopts the language of the death of God theology. And he says as follows, he says, if I believed in God as the omnipotent author of the historical drama and Israel as its chosen people, I had to accept Dean Gruber's conclusion, this was the Christian pastor that he met, that it was God's will that Hitler committed 6 million Jews to slaughter. I could not possibly believe in such a God, nor I could believe in Israel as the chosen people of God after Auschwitz. So what he does is he crushes traditional notions of a just God in history, because it can't stand up to the event of the Holocaust. The Holocaust poses, and this is very, very important, it poses a unique challenge to Judaism. It is unprecedented in the annals of history, empirically, but it's also unprecedented theologically for Richard Rubenstein. Okay, now other people will argue, as I'm sure there's plenty of people, there's been plenty of other shattering events in the history of the Jewish people, but for Richard Rubenstein, there was none as shattering as the Holocaust. Nothing could stand up to that event, nothing could parallel that event. And therefore, he cannot accept that the Holocaust is the divine will. And what he does is he rejects God. He expresses it in the language of God is dead. And on the heels of that, he still wants to maintain certain Jewish and communal rituals. They're still extremely important for Richard Rubenstein. He says, when we have been orphaned, we are now orphans in a world that is, kind of totally we're alienated from all, we're alienated from any connection to anything. And in such a world, we need to hold on to belonging to a community, to belonging to some kind of, even if it's a mythological history, some kind of history. And that is what orientates us, that's what allows us to remain grounded. But that notion of God, that belief in God has to finish, has to end, because we can't hold, it doesn't work. There's a cognitive dissonance and it doesn't work. And now I want to move on. Again, it's a very kind of brief summary of Richard Rubenstein. Obviously, there's a lot more to unpack here there. But now I want to move on to the second part. And that is, how is Eliezer Berkowitz's theology a polemic against Richard Rubenstein's radical theology? First and foremost, I made a mistake here. I've written here Eliezer Berkovitz after Auschwitz. His book is called Faith After the Holocaust. And even though, maybe I meant after Auschwitz, he talks about the death of God. Either way, his book is called Faith After the Holocaust. And even the title itself already hints to us what Eliezer Berkovitz is coming to do. And that is, he is coming to remind us that even in light of such a shattering historical event, we still can maintain faith. And again, what I really believe is that he comes in order, he really believes, he really feels, and we spoke about this in the last session, feels almost a shlichut to present to the modern Orthodox Jew that won't necessarily side or won't necessarily identify with the ultra-Orthodox response to the Holocaust, and at the same time find themselves lost when they're reading the radical theology of Richard Rubenstein. And Eliezer Berkovitz comes, he says, we have to have some kind of response for those people in the middle. Because for those people in the middle who have seen their parents and their grandparents go through the Holocaust or been killed in the Holocaust and have seen the shattering, seismic event and all its ramifications. And by the way, when he was writing in the 1970s, this is exactly the time that America, I'm going to have a lot to say about American Jewry's exposure to the Holocaust and why it takes so long for American Jewry to be exposed really to the Holocaust. And I did a lot of research on that when I was writing about Rav Yitz Greenberg. And one of my theories is that Rav Yitz had to move out of the American purview and come to Israel for the Holocaust to have such an impact on him. He comes for the Fulbright Scholarship in 1961, which was the year of the Eichmann trials. And at that moment, it has a massive shattering effect on him. But there's something about the American philosophy, which is a kind of pragmatic philosophy on the heels of American pragmatism, that doesn't allow for this shattering to happen. And it's only when, this is what I believe anyway, it's only when there's a happy ever after kind of ending, right, with the 1960s, with the Yom Kippur War, that it can kind of enter into the American consciousness, because there is some kind of happy ending to the story that's happened. The Holocaust can come, and it's not by chance that moment in 1966, Richard Rubenstein is writing, and he is opening, on the one hand, we have this kind of entering of the Holocaust, entering the consciousness of American Jewry and America at large. And at the same time, we have this theological debate hovering over the surface with Richard Rubenstein and the various responses that come afterwards. And Eliezer Berkovitz feels, I really feel this in his writing. He feels that he has a role, he has a shlichut, he has a role to play in bringing a response, in creating a response that is going to manage the very difficult and narrow path between, on the one hand, that kind of traditional notion of divine retribution, and on the other hand, this very radical theology of death of God. And what he does is, and we have to take our hats off to him, that he manages it somehow. He does. That's not to say there aren't criticisms. There are criticisms, as there are with any serious thinker, but he does manage it. And what I want to do is to show you, number one, how I see his writing as a response or a polemic against Richard Rubenstein, and then number two, to show you how his response is created. So first and foremost, he writes about the idea of, just to tell you, the original essay was written, I think it was written in Essential Essays on Judaism in this book, and then it was republished in 2019 by Koren in this Faith After the Holocaust. He also writes about the Holocaust in various other places, but the majority of what I'm taking is from this book. He begins by talking about the idea of existentialist and logical positivism. And here he really talks very openly about Christian radical theology. And he speaks about the idea that he rejects this dualism that Christianity brings, this radical theology approach that really divides the world into sacred and profane. And he says that when we divide the world in that way, and this is why the Christian radical theologians came along and they said, well, hold on a minute, we can't divide the way into two realms, sacred and profane, because man, and remember this is the modernity has happened, and autonomy of man and agency of man and all these things. And what they come along and they say, well, if we divide the world into that, in those two realms, man has no autonomy. Man really is just passive, right? And they want man to be active. So this either or relationship that exists, this dualistic concept of sacred and profane, as the way Christians see it, denies the autonomy of man. Man cannot be autonomous in that way. But he says the Jewish position is not about there being two different realms, but rather, and here I see his notion of covenant, of Brit, which is so central for Eliezer Berkovitz, he sees them as axiological. I'm just going to read you what he writes here. He says, the definition of the profane contains the negation of the sacred, just as included in the definition of the sacred is the exclusion of the profane. An either-or relationship prevails between them. Either one lives in the realm of the altogether sacred, or in that of the altogether profane. The sacred is the primordial totality, it's the real. Full is the separation from, as redemption is a return to the original whole, submerging in the real and the sacred. So for Eliezer Berkovitz, the world, he's saying the radical theologians divide the world. And more than that, history is seen as profane. Now, those of you that were in the last session heard what Rachel was speaking about. She said that history is so central to Eliezer Berkovitz's thinking, and I couldn't agree with her more. And we see it in his Holocaust theology. You also see it in his halachic theology. History, the role of man in history, the role of God in history is super important for Eliezer Berkovitz. Now, in ultra-Orthodox theology of the Holocaust, history is nothing to do with man. And that's why the Holocaust is not important, because it's all part of one big meta-historical plan where man has no real control. Also with the Christians, you have the history is the area, it's the prism of the profane. And meta-history, or the above, the transcendent, that is the realm of the sacred. So really, there's no interconnection between them. But what Eliezer Berkovitz argues, and this is based on his foundation or his idea of the covenant of Brit as being something radical that Judaism brings to the world, what he argues is that it doesn't have to be either or. It doesn't have to be that there's a sacred realm and a profane realm, and there's no interaction between them. Dafka the opposite. He argues, and I'm just going to read you the very last part here. He says, expressing it in philosophical terms, one ought to say that in Christianity, the sacred and profane are ontological categories. In Judaism, they are axiological categories, axiological principles, meaning there's an interaction between the two of them. It's not that we don't have to adopt, and here he takes it to Judaism, to faith after the Holocaust. We don't have to see the world in absolute from a historicist view, meaning that there's no transcendent realm, there's no meta-historical plan, there's nothing above. And it's only about the profane and man's follies in the world. And we also don't have to see it that it's just about the divine plan. It's just meta-history. What happens in history has no consequence. What he wants to do, and here I see again the kind of the filtering in of his covenantal theology, is we want to try and have them both. He wants to try and hold them both together. That on the one hand, man is involved in history and history has relevance. And on the other hand, there still exists some transcendent realm where there is a meta-historical perspective. Now, he talks very much about the idea of power history, which is history of the profane, and holy history, the history of the people of Israel, which is the history of the sacred or the history of God and the people. I don't want to get into all of that now, but already what we see here is that he comes out against what he terms, here he uses the term radical theology. He's not here talking about Rubenstein, here he's talking about Christian radical theologians. But later on, when he talks specifically about the Holocaust, he talks about the idea of an authentic form of quest, an authentic response to the Holocaust. And he says that there is an authentic position, an authentic response, which is the only type of response we can have after the Holocaust. And he says that our concern here is with an authentic form of the quest, for there is also an inauthentic quest. It is the quest of those who, independently of any confrontation with the Jewish fate of our generation, have renounced faith in a personal, providential God. And he continues and he says, you look at the bold, only the believer in the living God of Israel is involved in the crisis of faith of the death camps. Only he can lose his faith on account of it. Undoubtedly, for our generation, Auschwitz represents the supreme crisis of faith. It would be tantamount to a spiritual tragedy if it were otherwise. Here, what he does is he says to us, there are those who are involved in an inauthentic quest. And an inauthentic quest is when I already know the conclusion I want to reach. I already am coming from the perspective that God's out the picture. And therefore, I use the Holocaust as an excuse for me to get to that endpoint. An authentic quest can only, for Eliezer Berkovits, can only come from the point of faith. It's when I question God. It's when I challenge him. It's when I protest him, but I do so from the point of faith. He continues, one may meet the problem with a resolutely negative approach and say that what happened was only possible because God had abandoned the Jew, because he is not concerned with what happens to man. One might cut the Gordian knot with the classic formula, there is no justice and there is no judge. This would be the Jewish version of what today has become known as radical theology. And here, for sure, I have no doubt in my mind, here he is referring to Richard Rubenstein. In its ultimate consequence, such a conclusion is a comprehensive statement about an essential quality of existence in general. What it says is that the universe is indifferent towards human destiny. So what is his argument? His argument is that, and here he brings in an analogy of Job's brother. He said only Job, only Eov, who goes through the suffering himself and who is exposed to the supreme test of faith, only he can lose his faith on account of it. But Job's brother or Job's friends cannot lose their faith on account of it. I'm going to read you what he wrote because it's so poignant. And I really also think that this is where he's having a huge dig at Richard Rubenstein. He's saying, how dare you lose your faith after so many who went through it didn't even lose theirs. And those that did lose their faith, magia lahem, let them lose their faith because they experienced it firsthand. But you're only the brother of Job. How dare you disregard God on account of something that you yourself didn't go through? He says, those who rejected did so in authentic rebellion, and those who affirmed and testified to the very end did so in authentic faith. Neither the authenticity of rebellion nor the authenticity of faith is available to those who are only Job's brother. The outsider, the brother of the martyrs, enters on a confusing heritage. Okay, and that's us. That's Richard Rubenstein. That's Eliezer Berkovits. Those are the people that came after. What's the heritage we enter? We inherit the rebellion and the witness of the martyrs. In our generation, Job's brother, if he wishes to be true to his God-given heritage, reasons with God in believing rebellion and rebellious belief. What may he hope for? He desires to affirm, but not by behaving as if the Holocaust never happened. And again, here, by the way, is a polemic against who? Against another type of radical theology, and that's the radical theology of the ultra-Orthodox. There's no question here. He's coming out definitely against Richard Rubenstein, but at the same time, he's coming out against those that don't allow the Holocaust to shatter their set paradigm of divine retribution. And he's saying, how dare we not question when faced with the Holocaust, right? So he continues, he must learn how this must be done. If his faith is to remain meaningful, he must make room for the impenetrable darkness of the death camps within his faith. The darkness will remain, but in its light will he make his affirmations of faith, and it will accent his affirmations. So that in my mind is some of the places where we see, and there's many other places which I haven't brought for you, where he definitely comes out against Richard Rubenstein. I really think that why he felt so strongly that he had to write something about the Holocaust. Number one, because it affected him deeply, but more than that, because he felt that he had a tafkid, a role to bring to the modern Orthodox world a theology that was not based on the old paradigm, okay? But it definitely was not based on the new radical theology. He had to bring something in the middle. And what does he bring? So he brings a response, and he calls it the dilemma of divine indifference. 10 more minutes? 5 more minutes? 10 more minutes? Okay. And he calls it the dilemma of divine indifference. And here what he does is, and this is where I really see him trying to walk a very narrow bridge between, on the one hand, maintaining his Orthodox moorings, which are so important to him, the framework of tradition, of Judaism, of traditional categories, and remaining within that precinct, and at the same time acknowledging the unprecedented challenge that the Holocaust poses. And he does it by bringing in a classic idea, and that's the idea of God hiding. But instead of using the classic approach in Deuteronomy and Sefer Devarim, where God is hiding by means of a punishment, which we read in Shema, and sin and punishment, etc., he brings in a more kind of elusive set of verses from Psalms, from Tehillim 44, where God is not hiding because he's punishing us. He's hiding because that's the nature of God. Because the nature of the divine is that in order for humans to have free will, in order for us to be truly free, God has to hide himself. Now, I know in the last session, and I heard that there's been sessions before that have spoken about Eliezer Berkowitz's concept of divine tzimtzum, of God contracting himself. And more than ever, we see in his Holocaust theology, there's no question that he speaks very much about this idea of that in order for man to be free, in order for man to have agency, God has to contract himself. And that contraction, or that tzimtzum as he calls it, unfortunately has consequences. And the consequences of that are that man can do whatever he would like because he's a free agent. And that means that at times man is going to commit evil crimes. And he calls it, this is the dilemma of divine indifference. The dilemma of divine indifference is that God wants us to return to him. He wants to give us the opportunity to repent, to return. But when he allows us, when he gives up that time, that process, that space, it will allow in the interim for evil to happen. And what happens? When should God or should God not intervene? I'm going to just read you a few quotes because, again, the only way to really feel his theology is to read it, as Rachel said. Okay. The experience of God's absence is not new. Each generation has its Auschwitz problems. You see all the time he veers between, on the one hand, saying the Holocaust is unprecedented, and on the other hand, saying the Holocaust is precedented. Neither is the negative response of resulting disbelief new in the Jewish spiritual struggle. Each generation had its radical theology, yet the men of faith in Israel, each facing his own Auschwitz in the midst of their radical abandonment by God, did not hesitate to reject the negative resolution to the problem. But the rabbi spoke of the silence of God as a historical fact, not of his absence. So there's a difference between silence and absence. The one who is silent may so be called so because he is present. Somehow they're able to hold on to both ends of the dilemma, and that is what he wants to do. He wants to show that God is still present, that we don't have to conclude what Richard Rubenstein says, the death of God. No, God is present even in his silence. God is present, and maybe even more present in his silence. And I know Rabbi Yitz Greenberg takes this to the next step. And he says that in our era, God's silence, God's Simsum, that he's contracted himself so much, allows for us to be even more heightened covenantal partner, at the highest level of covenantal partner, where we really take the most agency. And I think that that's a natural corollary to what Eliezer Berkovitz is saying here, that really the Holocaust is really, the way to understand it is to still remain within the precinct of traditional Judaism, of traditional concepts of Judaism, but not to have to revert to the idea of a punishing God, but rather to hold on to, or to affirm the idea of God being present in his silence, not necessarily his absence, but in his silence. And I'm just going to read you one of the most famous quotes. The question, therefore, is not why is there undeserved suffering, but why is there man? He who asks the question of divine justice in history really asks, why a world, why creation? We conclude then, he who demands justice of God must give up on man. He who asks for God's love and mercy beyond justice must accept suffering. God is mighty, for he shackles his omnipotence and becomes powerless so that history may be possible. And again, here we see the play of history. History can be possible because man plays out God, or plays out on the stage of history. The role of man is supreme. And God has to silence himself in order for man to take hold and to play in history. So, to summarize, Holocaust for Eliezer Berkovitz is not, it's empirically unique, meaning nothing of this kind of evil has happened in history before, but it's not necessarily theologically unique. This problem of evil has been and will always be. He also sits very uncomfortably between the historicist position, which sees, history as supreme, and the meta-historical position, which basically makes fun of history and says it has no relevance at all. And he sits positioned between both of these. His is what we call a weak theodicy, which we didn't get into so much, and his application of Simsum, I've asked here whether it's parallels, those of you that are philosophers, Whiteheadian process theism. I'm not sure. I think there's definitely a parallel there. And then there's a lot of debate about his post-Holocaust theology, which I'm not going to get into now, but anyone who's interested, I can share some more of that with you and send you the PowerPoint if you're interested. And I want to finish with just literally 1 minute of concluding thoughts and questions. So he's definitely known, I would say, as one of the most widely accepted, or his views, I think, are one of the most widely accepted post-Holocaust views in the modern Orthodox world. I would even say in the Orthodox world, because I think even within the more right of Orthodoxy, I think still will hold on to Eliezer Berkovitz's theological response. And the question is, why? Can we speculate why that is? Is it because sometimes he sits on the fence between meta-history and history? Is it because he is moored in traditional religious language and theist categories, and yet at the same time he does push the boundaries, he does move out from the classic divine retribution response? Definitely he's one of the first people to seriously grapple with the Holocaust and with the response to the Holocaust. And I've left 3 questions to think about at the end. How does Berkovitz's Holocaust theology compare with other religious Holocaust theologians such as Rav Yitz Greenberg, Rav Soloveitchik, Immanuel Jakobovits? There were other people who wrote about the Holocaust, and it's just interesting to compare and contrast how they compare with Eliezer Berkovitz. Should we label his response a defense theology? Is he defending Orthodox Judaism, defending Orthodox categories, or is he really novel? Is he really pushing the boundaries and offering a new paradigm to the problem of evil? And how does his stance parallel the other areas of focus in his wider corpus, which I think is a really important question, meaning his ideas on halakha and the development of halakha? And I'll just finish by saying one last thing. I really see one of the themes that I see play out continually throughout all of his works, even though we wouldn't necessarily call him a covenantal theologian, like, for example, Eugene Borowitz and various other people. I do think that he really is the precursor to the covenantal theologians that we have today. Okay, Rav Yitz Greenberg, Eugene Borowitz, even Rabbi Sachs to a degree. These covenantal theologians are, a lot of them, I believe, base their theories or base their works and their ideas on the early works of Rabbi Eliezer Berkovitz. And in my mind, his Holocaust theology is based on the paradigm of Brit. His halachic theology is based on the paradigm of Brit. And I one day maybe I think it should be written about. I'm sure it has been written about, but I think it's a very, very important topic to understand all of these ideas. So with that, I'll finish. Yeah.
We remember very well that he debated frequently on the level of Richard Rubenstein and Tony. There were many of these debates and on television, conferences, and everything. But at the same time came the idea of ecumenicism, if you remember. And as liberal as he was about visiting conservative synagogues and all these things, he had nothing to do with ecumenicism. You remember this? He kept saying, the Christian church can teach me nothing.
Wow. I think that was probably a backlash from what he's been exposed to with the radical theologians at the time, for sure.
Or maybe something even deeper.
Interesting. Really interesting.
Backlash to the Christianity was responsible for Judaism.
Any questions for Tanya, Davina?
You mentioned that one of the concepts that you said, how dare you, the people that went through it didn't reject it, how somebody on the side. That argument doesn't hold more. Yeah. That argument is, I felt growing up in that period, in a Holocaust family, it was transference. And we now know that it transmits itself even genetically in a few generations. Can you expand on that argument?
So again, this is an argument that he brings. He calls it Job's brother, and he argues. I think really the basis of the argument is that we are not Job, we're not Eov, we haven't been through it ourselves, and therefore we have to It's not that we shouldn't question, and it's not that we shouldn't challenge. On the contrary, he says we have to question, we have to challenge, but we have to do it from the point of faith. That's why in my mind, that's why he calls it faith after the Holocaust. It has to be from the point of faith and not from the point of rejection as an a priori category. Meaning, if we do it from the point of faith, then we may get to various conclusions, but it's got to start from that point. Whereas Job doesn't need to start from that point. I think that's what he's really getting to there. And again, you can agree or disagree. I personally don't agree with that point he makes, but that's his argument. Okay, it's an argument. I think there's a lot to say, because there's also a lot to say, for example, about Job's friends, which he doesn't expand on massively, but he kind of passes in mention, that come and justify God. Job's friends come and we know at the end of the book, God turns around and says they were wrong, right? To justify me and to try and say that you sinned, Job. How dare they say? Only a person who goes through the suffering can interpret the suffering for themselves. But how dare someone come from the outside? That's why he rejects the ultra-Orthodox response. He said, how dare can you come and tell me, who I went through the suffering, that it was because of my sins? You weren't there. You don't know, right? Only a person who, and I think also when we talk about the idea of self-reflection and teshuvah this time of year, when we're talking about the idea, and the Rambam writes and Rav Soloveitchik writes, the idea that our suffering should lead us to question and ask what we've done wrong. But only the individual who's going through the suffering has the right to do that. Someone who's looking from the outside doesn't have the right to accuse the sufferer of sinning and being punished for his sins. And I think that's really also where he's coming from. He's kind of rejecting that very strong sin and punishment paradigm. So, okay. And then I think to identify, cry, complain, challenge, but not to accuse somebody that their suffering happened because they sinned. I think that's what he's trying to say, is that if someone comes and says to you, you sinned like what Levinas says, the source of all immorality is to justify the suffering of somebody else. Because by doing that, I'm saying I don't take any responsibility for curing the suffering, because you deserve your suffering. And I think that's what he's trying, in my mind anyway, that I see a lot of Levinas and perhaps in what he's saying here.
Davina?
It struck me about this kind of impulse. We had to find this midway stance between the Orthodox tradition and the claims of radical theology. It almost sounded like he was like a pragmatic resolution. Like he had to come up with something that wouldn't be this, wouldn't be this, but I'm curious if there's somewhere where he writes about his personal connection or a personal necessity to resolve or to deal with the problem. And that's why I said maybe it relates to your question, because it's interesting you presented him as Job's brother. He and Rubinstein, and they're all second generation.
Yeah.
Right? But he's not second generation. His life changes entirely because of the Holocaust. Right? So he wasn't in Auschwitz, but the various countries that he lives in, until he finds his place, and then he shifts it. In other words, I'm thinking about kind of what you read this morning about the book. So maybe that's the only personal, I don't know. Is there any way that he writes personally about his relationship to God? I feel there's something kind of almost formal thing.
Firstly, I think two things I want to say. Firstly, I think you're noting him to be pragmatist and spot on. And I think that there's a lot of pragmatism in his work. In terms of pragmatism, talking about philosophically pragmatist. So I think that firstly. In terms of does he write anywhere else? So yeah, Hanoch reminded me about the Hakdashah that he writes at the beginning of the book. I think that the entire, in my mind, the entire book is a very personal book. Yeah.
I'm sorry. There's somebody over here who
Don't you think, essentially, what Eliezer Berkman has done is written a modern philosophic version of the Book of Job. Your description exactly goes through all the questions, all the statements of Job's friends who are trying to justify the pain of Job and his suffering by pinning on sins and this and that. And he's claiming he's innocent. And in the end, God reads with him, comes clean and says, yes, you didn't have to be cautious of all of that. And it's just a mystery that you can never know. And I believe that you hit the nail right on the head. It's exactly what Berkowitz, in his own individual different way, has written a modern version of the Book of Job in, one might say, philosophical or theological language, where that depends on a narrative kind of format. But the answer is the same, right, Lord? Can you say that there is punishment for sin in a direct manner, or as the friends say, since there's punishment, there must be sin, right? That's really the question that's being asked. Going backwards, does it also hold true? And the answer is no.
Okay, we're just going to take another question.
I have something
and then
to say,
we'll respond.
but yeah.
And then we'll let Tanya respond to that.
Whatever you want to ask about the old posters, first of all, you have to assume who is the question. And you win this question. This is question and relevant for our day. Israel, the States, France, and Poland, wherever you are, kind of a very important issue for therefore it's ask yourself, what is your point of view when you ask your question?
Where do you start? What's your starting point? Should I respond or should I take a?
I want to give a short response to both of them, and then Menachem will speak. And
So-
then maybe people can, if we've got
Okay,
time, we
so
can
just
have a
very quickly,
discussion.
I don't necessarily, trying to go back. I think that it's interesting you say that it's a contemporary, maybe a contemporary writing on the Book of Job. I think the only thing I would say about that is that in the Book of Job, I'm not sure 100% it is. And I'll tell you why, because I think in the Book of Job, really at the end, he goes on this, for the magical mystery tour, where God takes him above and he sees them. And ultimately the questions, it's still there. And he challenges, but he doesn't challenge in the same way I think that Eliezer Berkovits is calling us to challenge. And I think Eliezer Berkovits here is really presenting to us an idea of the silent God. In the Book of Job, I'm not sure that the silent God is the response in that book. I think the response in the book is a very different kind of divine being. And it's not the silent God, it's not the divine being that allows for human agency. In fact, I would say in the Book of Job, it's a God that kind of suppresses human agency to a degree. At the end, almost we have a mute Job. He's almost mute. He says one last sentence, which is very telling, but he's almost mute. Whereas here, I think what Eliezer Berkovits is really pushing us towards is to Dafka the opposite. He's Dafka saying to us that even though the Holocaust presents us such a theological challenge, and we could just repress ourselves and say we're terrible and we sinned and and on the contrary, he's saying to us, no, our role isn't to just say, oh, we sinned, we're so bad and God is fantastic. No, he's saying to us that we have to work together with God in order to remedy. And he speaks a lot about the idea of, in contrast to all the evil that happened, there was so much good. And he says that the role of human beings is to bring that good to light. So I don't know if I would necessarily see him using it. I think he uses Job's brother in order to say exactly what Hanoch spoke about. From what standpoint do we assess the Holocaust? When we're assessing, when we're questioning, when we're responding, where are we coming from? I think he uses Job and the analogy of Job's brother in order to get us to ask that question. I don't know if the conclusion of Job mirrors his conclusions. I don't necessarily think it does. Okay, so
Thank you. Okay. We're very honored to introduce Professor Menachem Kellner. Would you like to unmute yourself? Okay, Menachem Kellner is the chair of the Department of Philosophy and Jewish Thought at Shalem College and Wolfson Professor Emeritus at the University of Haifa. He also knew Rabbi Berkovits personally from high school and through later conversations in Jerusalem. And he will discuss Professor Berkovitz's appreciation for both Yehuda Halevi and Maimonides' universalist vision of the Messianic era. Now we're going to deal with the mute issue.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Shall I begin?
Yeah, please do. I'll try and send it.
Do my thing. Okay.
Yeah, we're listening.
Okay.
Yeah, we're listening. We can all see you and hear you.
Okay, fine. Good evening. I realize very well that I'm all that stands between you, whom I cannot see, and dinner, so I'm not going to keep you here for much longer, I hope. I would like to say a word in congratulation to my colleague who just spoke, and also to use her talk as a bit of a segue into what I want to say this evening, because her discussion of Rabbi Berkowitz's attempt to understand the problem of evil draws a lot from the Rambam's discussion in the opening chapters of the third part of the Guide of the Perplexed. And as I'll show you in the context of my own talk, Rabbi Berkowitz uses the Rambam a lot, but adduces or quotes or expresses more clearly his, I would say, his affection for Yehuda Halevi. And what I'm going to try and argue this evening is that the fact that he's willing to use both makes him a particularly valuable spokesperson for Jewish orthodoxy in the world in which we live. I think that the views that Rabbi Berkowitz shows, the attempt to amalgamate both Halevi and Rambam, makes his positions very important in the sense that they are more likely to be accepted by most contemporary American, Israeli and American Orthodox Jews. And I want to use an old book by David Hartman as a way of introducing the subject. 20 years ago or so, Hartman wrote a book called Israelis and the Jewish Tradition, an ancient people debating its future. And one of the main points in that book is to say that too many Israeli Jews identify Judaism with the views of Yehuda Halevi, which they find objectionable. And that if they were exposed to the views of the Rambam, which they would find less objectionable, they would be much more open to the Jewish, you might say, content or aspects or elements of Israeli society. Now, at the time, I wrote a review of the book, and I thought that its point was well taken, but that it had come too late. In other words, the people he was trying to appeal to, secular Israelis, were no more interested in Rambam than they were in Halevi, but that the attempt was certainly worthwhile. Let me just quote a sentence or two of what he had to write about all this. He believed that the future of Israel as a Jewish state, accepted as such by secular Jews, demands that the event-based theology of the Bible and Yehuda Halevi, with its triumphalism and narcissism, be replaced with the text-centered Judaism of Talmud and Rambam with its sobriety and universalism. Now, I think, personally, I would be happy if Hartman had been right, but I think he's totally wrong. Now, Rabbi Berkowitz is clearly more sympathetic to the Judaism of Yehuda Halevi than he is to the Judaism of the Rambam, and he's much more sympathetic to Halevi than Hartman was. And that's what makes his ultimate adoption of Maimonidean universalism that much more important. I'm going to take it as given that you agree with me that Rambam was much more of a universalist than Halevi. Just express it in one sentence. In Rambam's eyes, all human beings are literally created in the image of God. There is nothing metaphysical or ontological or spiritual which distinguishes Jews from Gentiles. People are people, human beings are human beings. In that sense, that I'm saying that Rambam was a universalist and Halevi was not, in that he thinks that there is an ontological distinction between Jews and Gentiles, and that Jews are in a certain sense superior to Gentiles, in the sense that they can actually achieve prophecy under certain circumstances. Now, I don't think we can accuse Rabbi Berkowitz of preferring Rambam to Halevi, at least not openly. Indeed, he opens his God, Man, and History, the book I plan to be discussing this evening, by quoting Gershom Scholem, of all people, to the effect that Halevi was, now I quote Berkowitz's quotation of Gershom Scholem, Halevi was the most Jewish of Jewish philosophers. And in many ways, much of the book, God, Man, and History, is given over to a polemic against Rambam's very philosophically abstract, austere, Aristotelian theology of Judaism. Part of which Rabbi Berkowitz appreciated. He certainly appreciated Rambam's opposition to mysticism, certainly Rambam's opposition to theurgy. All this comes out in a very long article that Rabbi Berkowitz wrote about the theology of Abraham Joshua Heschel. But getting back to our point, in addition to Gershom Scholem, Rabbi Berkowitz could have quoted, and I'm just bringing two examples, the Vilna Gaon, the Gra, who wrote about the Kuzari, and I quote now, Sefer HaKuzari hu kadosh v'tahor. The book, the Kuzari, is holy and pure. Ikarei emunat Yisrael v'torat luyin ba. The fundamentals of the Jewish faith and Torah depend upon it. Now, this very clear preference for Halevi over other philosophers is expressed very, very clearly in the contemporary Rabbi Shlomo Aviner, who quotes, well, actually, he uses the Gra's writing without quoting him, Sefer Kadosh v'Tahor, Amivatei Karei Emunat Yisrael v'Torah. In other words, he's literally just rephrasing what the Gra has to say. He calls the book of the Kuzari Kodesh Kodashim, and then makes a very interesting point. He says it's possible to take sections of Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim, translate them into foreign languages, and no one would see them as a Jewish text. But with the Kuzari, that's impossible. The Kuzari is entirely of Israel, from the bottom of the foot to the top of the head. Now, that's a very commonly accepted position, that Halevi's views are much more Jewish, so to speak, than Rambam's. Now, for those of us who are familiar with recent scholarship on Halevi and his incredibly large dependence upon Shiite Islam, this view of the Gaon and Aviner, among many others, appears to be basically amusing. But that's just like neither here nor there. That will not convince them that Halevi is not the absolute paragon of Jewish thought as opposed to the Rambam. Now, I want to point out that Halevi's Kuzari is presented as a defense of Judaism, but that defense resolves itself into claims about the Jewish people and their metaphysical superiority to non-Jews. Now, I don't think anyone listening to this lecture needs proof that Halevi's views dominate today's Jewish orthodoxy. But in case I'm wrong, I want to share with you 3 anecdotes which illustrate this point. I'm going to quote a long story from a friend. A friend of mine was a scholar in residence at a prominent modern Orthodox American synagogue years ago. And at that event, he taught a passage from the end of Hilchot Avadim, Laws of Slaves, in Rambam's Mishnah Torah, in which Rambam emphasizes that Jews and Gentiles are all created equally by God and formed, to quote the Rambam, in the same womb, Rechem Echad. There is no essential difference between Jews and Gentiles. That's the Rambam's view as expressed by my friend in the synagogue where he was visiting. Now, in the synagogue, there was a sophisticated Torah scholar in his 20s who was also the son of a prominent yeshiva head. He protested this purported equality and stayed with my friend for almost an hour after Shabbat, arguing that my Rambam did not say this because he could not have said it. The belief in Jewish superiority was an essential part of this young scholar's personal sense of Jewish identity. He had formed this identity under the influence of his parents, their peers, and his peers, not to mention his teachers. The text was merely secondary and after the fact. When he saw the text, he was forced either to distort it or to deny its importance. After my friend proved to the young Torah scholar that the universalistic interpretation was correct by citing numerous other texts of Rambam's from the Mishnah Torah and the Guide of the Perplexed, this product of the best modern Orthodox education gave up on Rambam and said, it really doesn't matter what Rambam said because he, this young man, and presumably the Torah world, had decided in accordance with the views of Yehuda Halevi anyway. In other words, this young man's prejudice was so deep that he preferred the opinion of the non-halachist Halevi to that of the greatest halachist in Jewish history. Now, I had a similar occurrence myself in our shul in Haifa. I had written an article and given it to a member of the congregation, a very learned Jew. And in the argument, I made the point that Rambam's view of Judaism involves a claim that all human beings are equally created in the image of God. And he argued with me about it. And so I said, I'll write an article to you proving my point. And that article turned into a book, Maimonides on Judaism and the Jewish People. When the book finally appeared, I gave it to my friend in shul, who knew English, to my surprise. And he read the book and he said something very interesting to me. He said, okay, your book has convinced me. You really do understand the Rambam's views. And in consequence, I respect him less. Again, like the same thing as the story from my friend in the modern Orthodox American synagogue. 2 more anecdotes along these lines. I have a friend, an Orthodox rabbi in the United States, who had occasion to call 3 of his teachers at a major modern Orthodox institution and to ask them, does HaKadosh Baruch Hu, does God listen to the prayers of non-Jews? He got 3 answers. One answer was, of course. God listens to the prayers of non-Jews. A second Rosh Yeshiva at this institution said, of course not. And a third Rosh Yeshiva said, I don't know and I don't care. Okay, affection for all of you. I'm not going to keep on with these anecdotes. I think I've made the point. Now, I introduced my little talk before by quoting David Hartman. Now I want to quote, before I start talking about Rabbi Berkowitz himself, I want to quote something I recently read in an article by Reuven Kimmelman, a professor at Brandeis University. Kimmelman writes as follows: obviously, to be a light unto the nations requires first to be a nation. Nonetheless, as important as it is to sustain nationhood, so it is important to keep the light on. I see him basically saying that we need both Halevi and we need Rambam. Halevi tells us it's very important that we be a nation. And Rambam reminds us that as important as it is to be a nation, we have to keep the light on being Rambam's view of what Judaism is all about. Now I want to quote a couple of long passages from Rabbi Berkowitz, and then I'll try to explain how I understand what he's saying in these passages. The following is, all these passages I'm quoting are from the final pages of God, Man, and History. Quoting Rabbi Berkowitz, since, however, the Torah's end, Torah, is the wholeness of life in relationship to God, it obviously points beyond the national frame. The holy nation is the instrument for the realization of a supranational purpose in history. The nation works towards a universal goal. It does not exclude other nations. On the contrary, the end which it serves seeks the completion of its aspirations by them. Those of you who are familiar by heart with Rambam's Hilchot Melachim, the last section of the Mishneh Torah, knows that he argues there that for the Mashiach to come, Islam and Christianity have to sell the idea of monotheism to the world as a whole. In other words, the Mashiach will not come until Islam and Christianity fulfill their own mission, mission to create a world in which the Mashiach could come. That text, by the way, was censored out of the Mishneh Torah in the Middle Ages. It's not clear who censored it. I mean, it's offensive to a lot of people. It's offensive to Christians and Muslims because it presents them as simply being, in effect, tools in the Jewish, in order to make the coming of the Messiah, the Mashiach, possible. It would be offensive to Jews who don't want to see Christians and Muslims having any role in that process. Anyway, getting back to Rabbi Berkowitz, to continue my quotation from him, the individual does not live alone. Hence, if his deed is to be effective, he must unite with others in the common pursuit of the goal of Judaism. The result is inevitably the holy nation. But a holy nation cannot live in complete isolation. Its deeds will be all the more effective, the more far-reaching the understanding which a people of God may achieve with the rest of mankind. The greater the understanding, the wider the area of life that becomes God-oriented. Here we have a vision expressed by Rabbi Berkowitz that for Jews to fulfill their mission, for Jews have to fulfill the reason that God gave them the Torah, they have to be in constant contact with the rest of the world and teaching the world. In effect, if if Jews are going to be a Goy Kadosh and Mamlechet Kohanim, and the job of the Kohanim is to be teachers, then we have to be teachers of everybody. Now, Rabbi Berkowitz asks, it goes on to basically say that Israel, the Jews, Israel is indeed chosen, but that election is not an end in itself. And he asks, why must God work in this fashion? Berkowitz explains, and I quote, "The goal of Judaism is accomplished when it is reached by all mankind." Now, Rabbi Berkowitz, when he wrote this book, unfortunately never read a book by my friend Menachem Hirschman called Torah L'chol Ba'olam, largely because Hirschman wrote the book 30 years after Berkowitz passed away. But in any event, this is a very important book in which Hirschman shows us that there's in effect, following Heschel's Torah Bas Bakaria Shel Dorot, his view, his attempt to show the different schools of thought within Talmudic Judaism, with the Judaism of the Mishnah. But Hirschman argues, to my mind, very convincingly, that there are two schools about the question which we're dealing with here is, what is the point of the Jewish adherence to Torah? The school of Rabbi Akiva teaches that the Torah was given to the Jewish people, period. End of paragraph. The school of Rabbi Yishmael teaches Torah l'chol ba'olam. The Torah was given to all human beings through the Jewish people. Now, in effect, the passage I quoted to you from just above shows that Rabbi Berkowitz is, in effect, expressing the idea of the school of Rabbi Yishmael. The Torah is meant to be shared with everyone. And this, I think, expresses the view of the Rambam at the very last paragraph of the Mishnah Torah. Now, I'm going to read that and translate it. This is Hilchot Melachim, Perek Yud Bet Halacha Daled, the 12th chapter of the Laws of Kings, the 4th paragraph in that chapter. Uvato Zman Lo Yesham. Lo Yesham means there will not be. In that time, there will not be lo rav, lo milchama, not hunger nor war, lo kina v'tacharut, not jealousy and competition, shatovat yeh mushpat harbeh, that good things will be widely available, b'chol hamadanim b'tzuyin ka'afar, and even delectable things will be found as like dust on the earth. Lo ya'isek, in that world, lo ya'isek kol ha'olam. In that time, the activity of the whole world will be what? L'dat Hashem bilvad, only to know God. Lefichach yuyu chachamim dolim. In that time, people will be great scholars. V'yodim dvarim astumim, and understand the things which are today hidden. V'yasigu dad boram, and will achieve acquire the knowledge of their Creator. Kifi koach adam, according to the ability of human beings. Shnei amar. It brings a pasuk, a messianic pasuk from Yeshayahu. Lo yareo v'lo yashchitu b'chol har kodshi. There'll be no corruption or destruction in all of my sacred mountain. Ki malar seyas Hashem, because the earth will be filled with the knowledge of God. Kamayim le'am mechasim, as the waters cover the earth. Now, here too, this passage has. Let me interrupt myself for a moment and tell you people an anecdote to explain what I'm about to explain to you. I once tried to find out if this story is true, and I got all kinds of answers. Some said it's true, some said it's an urban myth. Either way, the story is told that when Shakespeare was first translated into Yiddish, the translator wrote on the title page in Yiddish, I don't know how to say it in Yiddish properly, but all of the plays of William Shakespeare, and then he wrote, verteidigt, translated, und verbessert, and improved by whatever his name was. There's a lot of that going on in Jewish texts. It happens a lot to the Rambam, where people will take something he said and improve it because they couldn't possibly believe that that's what he actually said. So in this case also, I read a sentence here, Lefichach yu chachamim dolim, and therefore people will be great scholars. The printed texts of the Mishnah Torah, almost all of them have Lefichach yu Yisrael chachamim dolim. It's a case of Fartaish and Farbesser. They took a very universalist text of the Rambam and made it particularistic by saying as if the Rambam thought that he was talking about Jews only. Now, to couch this in terms of Rabbi Berkowitz, who doesn't quote this passage, although he should have, in order to reach the stage of messianic fulfillment, Rabbi Berkowitz explains in a passage which I think Rambam would sign off on, and which I think clearly was influenced by Rambam, or should, it seems to me that's the case. Now I quote Rabbi Berkowitz again. Since, however, the goal is not essentially the teaching of noble ideals, which would be indeed rather easy and ineffective, but the realization of the teaching in history, one has to start with the smallest unit of living reality within which the deed of Judaism may become history making. And such a unit is a nation. And basically, what he's saying is if you want to translate the ideals of Torah into activity, you have to do it through the mitzvot. But the mitzvot have to be given to a nation. However, nationality here is not an ideological requirement, but a historical necessity. Without the nation, we will not have Or Goyim. But once we have the nation, we have to actually practice being a light unto the nations. Now, in asking why God had to choose the Jews, Dafka, to do this, God had to have, in order to spread the ideals of the Torah to the whole world, it had to be done through a concrete entity which could translate these ideals into concrete activity and preserve them while the world was getting ready to accept the ideals. And then Berkowitz makes an amazing statement, again, from the end of God, Man, and History. God never chose the Jews, but any people whom God chose was bound to become the Jewish people, i.e., the bearers of Torah. The choice of God made Israel. Now, why was it one family that was singled out and not another? Why did God address himself to one specific tribe and not to all the nations of the earth at once? Was it because among them he first encountered personalities who were best qualified to become the patriarchs of a proposed holy nation? Who will care to fathom the mind of the Almighty? Now, Berkowitz is doing something here which is very clearly, strongly influenced by one of the most remarkable passages in the Mishnah Torah. In the section of the Mishnah Torah called Hilchot Avodah Zarah, laws concerning idolatry, in the very first chapter of that section, Rambam makes the following clear claim. Abraham chose God. God did not choose Abraham. It was a function of a contingent historical event, which did not have to take place, that it was the progenitor of those who became known as the Jewish people, who was the first human being to choose God after humanity had deteriorated into idolatry. I like to tell my students, just to give them a heart attack, that Rambam's position is clearly this, and that if I don't want to give any of you a heart attack also, by the way, but if the first person to rediscover God after the deterioration of humanity had been a Navajo shaman in Nevada, then the Navajos would have been God's chosen people. The Torah would have been expressed in terms understandable by the Navajos, and Nevada would have been the holy, the Eretz HaKodesh, the Holy Land. Of course, Rambam didn't say that, and I think he would probably be annoyed with me for putting these words in his mouth, but that is definitely the upshot of what he had to say. Now, this should be contrasted with Yehuda Levi and almost everybody else in the Jewish world. And the contrast is as follows. Halevi says, this is even more explicitly than what the Rambam said about Avraham Avinu. Halevi says that the Torah did not make the Jews. That's Rambam's position. It was only the Jews out of all humanity who could have received the Torah. It was from the day one, from the time of creation, Adam HaRishon and Chava had a quality which Halevi calls the Inyan Elohi and the standard Hebrew translations from the Middle Ages, or a Davar Elohi, modern Hebrew translations. And this Davar Elohi made contact with God possible. And it was transmitted to the children of Adam and Chava, but not all of them. Shet inherited it, Hevel inherited it, pardon me, but Cain did not. And it was the jealousy of Cain which caused him to kill Hevel. And this, many hundreds of years later, apparently, when Shet was born, Seth, he too inherited this special quality. And in each generation, one person inherited that special quality and passed it on to one person until we came to Yaakov Avinu, who managed to pass it on to all of his children. In other words, from the point of view of Yehuda Levi, Jews are indeed unique, and their uniqueness is a function of the way in which the world was created. And this uniqueness makes them superior to other nations. Now, this superiority is in our day and age only theoretical, because nobody has access to prophecy. Am I overshot? Should I end up? Not a problem. I also want to get to dinner. Now, very briefly, just, somebody might argue and say, but doesn't Halevi have a universalistic messianic vision with his famous parable of the tree in Treatise 4, chapter 23 of the Kuzari? If you read that passage very carefully, you will see that that's not what he's saying. But even if it is what he's saying, as my friend Daniel Esker has proven in a very, I think, convincing article, Halevi may think that in the time of the Mashiach, the Messiah, all human beings will actually convert to be Judaism, to be Jews, but the new Jews will be inferior to the old Jews. They will never achieve the status. They will be good people. They will be Hasidim. They will be Tzaddikim. They will be Jewish, but they will never have the Inyan Elohi, which is passed on literally from generation to generation, what we would call today in genetic terms. Okay, so let me bring this to an end. Yehuda Halevi is very popular in contemporary Jewish Orthodoxy. And Yehuda Halevi had tremendous influence on Kabbalah, and through Kabbalah on Hasidut, and certainly on the school of Rabbi Kook the father and Rabbi Kook the son, and all of their Talmidim. To try and come to these people and say, yeah, but there's Rambam also, is not going to be a very effective argument, as we saw from the fellow in the shul in America. So what Rabbi Berkowitz did in this book, God, Man, and History, is to try and meld the two thinkers, not to deny the special character of the Jewish people and the importance of the national aspect of Judaism, but to translate that into Maimonidean terms, in terms of the ultimate goal of Torah l'chol ba'ei olam. In other words, in terms of Maimonidean universalistic terms. So I thought it was, I don't want to say clever, I think it's important that Rabbi Berkowitz did this, and then more people are aware of the fact that you don't have to give up on Yehuda Halevi to accept a lot of what Rambam teaches. And whereas Hartman, Alav Shalom, was wrong in thinking that replacing Halevi with Rambam would make Judaism look more attractive to people who are, by their very nature, universalists, who think that human beings really are created in the image of God, if they use that terminology at all. I think taking advantage of Rabbi Berkowitz's insights and of his very clear reliance upon both Yehuda Halevi and the Rambam, which is very unusual these days, it's usually one or the other, I think we have reason to think that he has a lot to contribute to Jewish life, both here and abroad. Thank you. Te'avon.
Very much. Questions? questions.
I'm not sure this is going to work, Miriam, because I can't hear the other people.
And I can't move this computer. Okay, there are actually a lot of, there are quite a few participants on the Zoom as well. So we can also open questions to them.
I have no objection as long as I can hear them. But I can't hear what people are saying in the room.
Yeah, unless they come here. Would anyone like to come and ask Menachem a question? Yeah. No. Okay.
Come to the microphone.
Yeah. Okay. No questions. Fine.
Just shows how convincing I was.
Yeah, we just we're convinced.
Okay.
We have a question. Me or Menachem? Would you just come here and speak next to the microphone so that he can hear you? I'll repeat your question, but it would be nice for him to see you. So.
Can you hear me?
I hear you, don't see you.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Okay.
hi.
I'm back here. How are you? Would you say that Dr. Berkovitz was much closer to Halevi, certainly from an emotional point of view, and an expression of, one might say, compassion as against his closeness to the Rambam?
I don't know. I didn't know the man. First of all, I was a kid when I knew him, right? Or a very young man. And I can't really talk about issues like compassion. What I can say is he found Maimonidean Judaism off-putting, despite the fact that he kept relying upon it. You know, when you look at Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim, Guide of the Perplexed, a lot of people read that book and say, literally, it's Greek to me. And that's what offended him. He thought that Rambam relied too much upon Aristotle and too much upon contemporary philosophy. It addressed no surprise that the passages which I claim here in my little talk, the passages where Rambam influenced Rabbi Berkowitz, they were taken from the Mishneh Torah. Now, I am personally of the opinion, like many of my colleagues, that there was only one Rambam. The Rambam of the Mishneh Torah is the Rambam of the Moreh Nevuchim. But he certainly expressed ideas in the Mishneh Torah in a way more accessible to Jews like those who preferred Yehuda Levi. So perhaps, first of all, I could never disagree with you, right? So
I just want to say in confirmation of what you said, in the years that I studied with Rabbi Berkowitz, he always, as you said, saw the halacha of the Mishneh Torah as kind of a guide light for him, but he was never comfortable at all with the, one might say, kind of asceticism of the Moreh Nevuchim.
Right.
And that, so I found that was very clear in talking with him about any of these issues, that you could not bring out the arguments of the Moreh with him. And that's why I asked the question about compassion, because his views of the Holocaust
his closeness to the Holocaust seemed to have affected, from that point of view, his emotional nature and the way he saw philosophy after that point in time.
What you say makes excellent sense to me, but I didn't know him well enough to be able to comment. I just want to point out that Rambam was a very compassionate man. We have much evidence that he was a Hitragesh Ma'od. But as a philosopher, he wasn't. Once my wife got very annoyed with me over things I quoted from the Rambam, and to get her off my back, I put a list of his mistakes on the refrigerator in our house. And one of them was the asceticism.
Thank you.
Thank you. Say hi to Ginger.
Thank you very much to both of our speakers for their excellent lectures. Their insights, I for one have learned a lot more about Berkovitz. I think we've heard a lot more about far broader than perhaps the Maimonides discussion on the post-Holocaust. We've also learnt about concepts and Jewish thought beyond that, and between that, peoplehood, Jewish relations to the non-Jew, determinism and free will, etc. And we've also seen how the thought of Berkovitz has played out in two very different time periods as well, in different ways. Thank you for coming. Have a lovely evening. Thanks, Menachem.
Thank you, Miriam. Have a good
Bye.
evening.
Be in touch. Bye.
Bye-bye.